Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Miss Fins Show. I am your host, Miss Fins. Thank you so much for coming through, guys. Thank you. You know what I'm going to ask, you know what I'm going to say. Go ahead and do me a favor and hit that like button, guys. Hit the like button. Share, subscribe, let everybody else know we are live. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My lord, it's been a while. Inside. Oh my lord. We have made it to the end of the season. Again, I don't call it the off season until after the Super Bowl because technically it's still, football's still being played. But I do call it, the end of the season for us right now as Dolphins. So thank you guys for coming through. I appreciate all of you guys. And we will be discussing today, as in to a Tuesday. Obviously, like we always do, Tua Tonga Vailoa, we're gonna give you your end of the season review, as you see it on the title. And we're gonna discuss exactly where he was, our grade, what we think, things like that. Um, yeah, there's a lot to discuss, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just put it that way. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But um, but I appreciate you guys. As always, public service announcement. You know, let's go ahead and keep it clean, guys. PBS Kids. Debate the opinion, be kind to each other. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you guys for coming through. As always, you can become a member of the family. That is one of the ways you can support the channel. Uh, it's one of the ways you can support the channel, guys, is by hitting the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hitting the like button. We will be where, well, yes, it's free. Also, you can share, subscribe to the channel as well. That's also 100% free. But if you want to go ahead and go a little bit further than that and support the channel, please go ahead and become a member. Hit that join button in in on the page, and then also too, if you're an Apple user, click the link in the description where it will send you to where to go as well. But yes, become a member, and shout out to all of our members who do support the channel. You guys definitely keep us going. So thank you so much. Appreciate every single one of yous that does. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Um, and I hope that we continue to add to this awesome list. So I appreciate all of you guys again. And welcome to a Tuesday end of the season review this season. So please hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button. Also, to remember, we're Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern. Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern. While in season. So thank you so much. And like I always like to say, we still got super chats, super thanks, super stickers. That's another way you can donate to the channel and show your love. Also, too, if you want to show your love old school like I do, we still got Cash Out, we still got Venmo, we still got PayPal, all that good stuff. We still have it available. So go ahead and utilize those means too. And the cool thing is, through Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, 100% of your donation does go to the channel. When you go through YouTube, they take half of it. So, but it's okay because we still appreciate it 100%. So, thank you guys so much. And last but not least, as always, we win together, we lose together. Dolphins for life, baby. So, thank you guys for coming through. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our end of the season review. Our QB1 numero uno. We will be reviewing him, his progression of the season, compare him to how he was, well, obviously mid-season. We we started with what is it? Ah, look at that. Eh, Lord. Uh, yeah. We started in November, ladies and gentlemen. November is when we did our mid-season review. So we're gonna compare that, and then we're gonna go ahead and kind of go from there, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate all of you guys. Shout out to Timothy up in the building. Thank you so much, Manolo. Welcome. Shake Money's in the building. What's up, Shake Money? It's another beautiful day in Zamunda, baby. Let's go. Aquavision, thank you so much. Armin, and thank you. Good morning. Thank you guys for coming through. Obviously, hit that like button, guys. Hit the like button. Let everybody else know we're live. Appreciate you. Sorry. Even I forgot to hit the like button. See, so I gotta do it too, people. You know. Not gonna lie, this week I was, for some reason I was stuck trying to watch. Well, not trying. I was watching. Um, Notorious B.I.G. Well, the movie Notorious, and then All Eyes on Me. Obviously, one's about Biggie Smalls, and the other one is about Tupac. I don't even know why. Well, I meant to watch it one time, and I just didn't get a chance to do it. Man, two incredible artists. That's all I gotta say. Two absolutely incredible artists, and yeah. But hey, anyways, enough with that, ladies and gentlemen. So back in November when we discussed Mr. Taco Bailoa, obviously all the way up to that point, he let's see here. Okay. I don't. I was in high school when Tua was going through all that. Yeah. Well, I wasn't. I was like, was that a toddler? Yeah, I think it was. Oh no, 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 I was like a little bit older. I was older than I was. I was a little kid. I think. because it was the '90s. So yeah, I was a small child. Yeah. Man, crazy. One was gone at 25, the other one was gone at 24. Can you imagine if they would have been alive now? They would have been 50 years old. An extra 25 years of albums from those two. Oof, man, that would have been, would have been crazy. Would have been crazy. It would have been good, man. So, but anyhow, let's get back to it, ladies and gentlemen. So my trusty calculator, let me pull her up. I want to go ahead and pull up what he did all the way up to the mid season because obviously we had we had 17 games plus the playoffs. But I'm gonna go. Well, I guess I'll include it. I'll do the first 9 games and then the rest of it. But in the first 9 games, I'm gonna hit you with the. What's up, Shekel? Welcome, buddy. Uh, uh, 282, 308, 262, 216. Because it felt like the tale of two halves, and it's kind of frustrating. So I think you guys know exactly where I'm going with this. Yeah, 193. Uh okay, I think yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, what's up, Steve? Welcome, welcome. All of it was fire, both of them. I agree. I agree. All Eyes on Me was my favorite. Oh man, they're both. I mean, both of their albums and works. You know what I mean? Like it's really good, really, really good. What can you say? What can you say? Um, as far as the yardage, so let's go with yards. 9 weeks. Oops, let me not do that there. Tua ended up having 2,609 yards up to that point. That's the first 9 games, right? Within those same 9 games, because obviously we want to make sure we got it 1, 2, 3. Okay, in the same 9 games, he had 4, 5, 8, 10, 11, 15, 16, 19 touchdowns in the first 9 games. 19 touchdowns. How many interceptions he had? I don't think he had that many actually. One, two, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So half his interceptions were also um, within the first 9 weeks. Okay. Those are kind of like the main ones. You want to go over the general, the general tally of interceptions and stuff like that. Oh, 320. Oh, 193. Okay, yeah. 2609 divided by 9. That means he was averaging 289.8 yards per game. Dang, that's actually a lot more because remember what we wanted out of Tua Tagovailoa, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of the season, we established that we wanted Tua, in order for him to progress, we wanted him to go ahead and have more, obviously, than what he did last year. Last year, he averaged 272 yards per game. He had a total of 34 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. I mean, my apologies. Um, Last year, Tua Tagovailoa had, oops, let me put this puppy in here real quick. Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. So last year, Tua had, because this is 2023, 22. There you go. So he ended up having 3,548 total yards. He averaged 272 yards. He had 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions in that game. Obviously, his QBR was 105.5. Or, well, his passer rating was 105.5, right? Big Tupa Wuto Nas or the blast. Yeah, I know. I know. I started a whole new thing talking about Tupac and Biggie. It's crazy. Mm, 1 second, go. Now, because he had the 25 touchdowns, we wanted him to progress. So this year we wanted him to do 275 yards per game, 34 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, a completion percentage of 65.7 or more, because that's what he averaged last year. And then 105 passer rating or more, because again, that's what he had last year, right? Um, the point is that you want him to progress, keep progressing, right? That's essentially it when it comes to, and when it comes to your quarterback. So in the first half, he was averaging above the 275 that we were looking for, because he averaged 272 last year, right? So that's a good thing, right? This is on through that, right? That's always a good thing. That's what you want out of your quarterback, right? But then you have the end of the season. And right now, in the end of the season, this is what we got to deal with. You got Tua Tagovailoa with a total of, in yards, he ended up having 4,624 total yards. In touchdowns, he ended up having 29 touchdowns. In interceptions, he ended up having 14 interceptions. In yards per game, Tua ended up having, um, funny, he was averaging last year 272.9. This year, exactly 272. So technically, he went down in the average at 272. He technically went down in the average from what he had last year, but uh he still, yeah, well, technically, based on what we wanted, he missed the mark, because we wanted him to have, him averaging 275 yards would have put him at 4,675 yards. He ended up having 46.24. Now these interceptions, though, like, dang, we wanted 14. We wanted 12. He got 14. So he is, based on what we wanted, he ended up having +2 interceptions, right? We wanted him to have 34 touchdowns. He ended up having negative, what is that, 5 touchdowns? Yeah, -5 touchdowns. So 5 less touchdowns than what we wanted. And again, with the yardage alone that we wanted him to have, he ended up having minus, what is that? 24, 50, minus 51 yards. All right. Oh, this is a differential based on what we wanted. He's not that far off, man. if you're really taking a look at it, he essentially pretty much got what we thought he would get, but wasn't really everything. Now, obviously, you're gonna attribute some of this to, some of it's gonna be some drop passes, things like that. We're gonna discuss the midseason review for the overall offense, and that's when I get into the nitty gritty as far as um man, oh man, we discuss it. Whoa. When it comes to, well, we're doing a midseason review for Tua, like we are today, a midseason review for the offense, and a midseason review for the um, the defense. You know what I mean? And also, I give you my grade, and the goal as well. With Tua Tagovailoa, there's a couple goals that we wanted with him. You know, one of the goals we wanted with Tua was play all 17 weeks, right? He definitely met that goal, at least. You know what I mean? Another goal that we wanted him to be a top 10 quarterback. We're going to compare him overall to other QBs and things like that. But essentially, as your leader, you know what I mean? You want him to go ahead and be top of the top. No. Scusi. Being a top 10 quarterback, having that guy, because we wanted a franchise quarterback, you know what I mean? You want your guy to be top 10. You want him to be the best of the best, or among the best of the best. So that way you have a fighting chance, if you will. And when it comes to yardage, ladies and gentlemen, Tua Tagovailoa ended up being number one. Number one in yards overall. You know what I mean? And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Among all QBs, ranked number one. When it comes to touchdowns, Tua Tagovailoa ended up being ranked fifth overall. Um, which is not bad. Not bad. You know what I mean? It's still top five, if you will. When it comes to interceptions taken, now this one you want to be the least amount, so that way you can went to the playoffs. Okay, excuse me. You want to be the least amount. You know what I mean? And you're not trying to be, what do you call it? Having the most. But guess what? We were amongst the most. Totong Bailoa was ranked number four. This is not good. You would have thought, Josh Allen being a turnover machine, right? Well, he only had four more than Tua. He had 18 versus Tua's 14. So, and then Jalen Hurd had 15. Sam Howell had the most at 21. So, yeah, we're gonna discuss all of that good stuff, guys. And then when it comes to yards per game, Tua Tagovailoa ranked number two, ladies and gentlemen, at 272.0. I mean, I don't know about you, but that look like money to me. That looks like money to me, and we didn't even hit up completion percentage. Let's go to completion percentage. And the reason why we do percentage is because it's much easier to track. You know what I mean? Tua Tagovailoa ended this season, like I said, 69.3 completion percentage, right? Guess what? That was top five. He was the fifth ranked quarterback in completion percentage at the end of the season. I know halfway through the season he was pretty much ranked all number one. Uh, Excuse me. And then he's still one of the youngest quarterbacks. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks are a lot older than a lot older than he is. Funny enough, including backups. Tua is what 25th at 25. He's tied for 25th at 25 when it comes to age. I mean, not bad. Not bad at all. You know what I mean? Not bad at all. So these are just some stuff just to kind of give you an idea. What are the main aspects as far as your quarterback? Where do you want him to be? Um, Now, obviously, there's yards per attempt, air yards per attempt, yards per completion, all that good stuff. There's, the yak yards after catch, all that good stuff. Um, we'll leave that. We'll leave that for another time. Well, when we do the offense, obviously. But as far as the main ones that you really want to focus on, you know what I mean? Those are the ones that you want to kind of gauge your quarterback. Aquavision, you're too funny. This is what you want to see from your quarterback. You know what I mean? You want him to be, you want him to be the cream of the crop. I rise to the top. Mm, mm, I'm better yet. Sorry, you guys know that my brain it goes everywhere. What's up, Kenna? How you doing, man? Let's go with passer rating. Tua ended the season with 101.1 passer rating. That's actually less than what he had last year because he ended the season at 105.5. Blood and fan. Just kidding. Uh, guess where that ranks to? Number 5 in the league, ladies and gentlemen. So you're seeing he's technically negative in the passer rating. He's under by 4.4. You know? So it kind of missed the mark just to get to what we wanted. You know what I mean? And the completion percentage, we wanted 65.7, and he ended up getting 69.3. That's an additional 3.4. 69.3 minus 65.7. 3.6. So he actually went up and what we expected, 3.6. That's not bad percentage points than what we wanted, because obviously our goal was for him to have uh at least what he got last year at 65.7. You know? Uh 272.9. Well, we wanted no. Hold up. Let me fix this because we wanted 275. So he missed this mark by three, yeah, 3 points. There you go. I mean, from what I'm seeing here, number 1 in yards, number 5 in touchdowns, number 2 in yards per game, number 5 in completion percentage, number 5 in passer rating. The interceptions are kind of high at 14. It is 2 extra than what we expected. He is ranked number 4 overall, which is not good. That means he's the first worst quarterback when it comes to that. But all in all, you're looking at a top five quarterback performance from Tua Tagovailoa. What's up, Chris? Welcome. Lord, this week is easier. I'm gonna take care of you, Chris, and everybody else. I just, and if somebody sees Epps, please have them reach out to me. 1, 2, 3, 4 Epps. Thank you very much. Um, Guys, this was a top five QB performance. A top five QB performance. We may like it, we may not like it. It don't matter. At the end of the day, Tua Tagovailoa, based on these numbers, based on the ranks, based on what he's doing. I mean, he missed the mark on 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the six that we wanted to go ahead and have him do. But all in all, it wasn't even by that much. A few points here and there, a couple of yards here and there. Based on what's up, Bash, welcome. So, question: you think Tua will use the tight end next year, being it will be a third in the same system? No, because the system doesn't require it for some reason. There you go. Welcome everybody. If you're just tuning in, do me a favor, hit that like button, guys. Hit the like button. This is To a Tuesday. We're doing the end of the season review. What we wanted from Tua, what our expectations were, and what we ended up getting from him. Shout out to all of the members of the channel. Man, you guys keep the light on. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. If you guys want to go ahead and continue to support the channel, it's a great way to do it. Just hit the join button in the description of we have the link in the description of the show, or hit the join button next to the subscription button, and you can also become a member that way too. Remember, we still got super chat, super thanks, super stickers, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Psh, thanks very much. Let's continue. Now, being that we wanted our offense to be top 10, defense to be top 10. We're gonna discuss that later this week. With that, when we do the offense and defense, what's tomorrow? Wednesday. Oh, ho, ho. Ooh. Oh, I got an idea. I've got an idea. But it is the end of the season. I don't really. Uh, I'm gonna do this tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Wednesday, Thursday. Okay. Okay, we'll do that. Tomorrow we'll do the offense end of the season review. And then we're gonna do on Thursday we'll do the defense end of the season review. We still gotta remember we got League Wide Wednesday tomorrow night as well. Um so definitely join. If you wish Hard Knocks using the tight end is the face and it's I get it, man. Trust me. You know how I am about tight ends. I love them, but mm, they just don't like using them for some reason. It's weird. It really is weird, actually. Um, another cool stat too that a lot of people don't consider is pressure, sacks, things like that. Tua Tagovailoa was one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the league. He ranked 23rd in the league. That's actually not bad at all. Not bad at all. Being ranked 23rd out of all the quarterbacks that's played this season, shoot, that's pretty good. That's really good as far as oh, there he is. It's really good. And his sack percentage, meaning the number of times he was sacked when attempting a pass, ladies and gentlemen, he was ranked fourth, guys, meaning out of all, and they got to hear all 33 QBs this season, he was the fourth least sacked in sack percentage. I mean, That's some good numbers right there. If you guys don't believe me, let me see here. Because I'm going to see if I can do this real quick. Where is it? Let me see if this puppy will let me present this to you guys because I want you guys to see it as well. Uh, yeah, we'll do that. And then there you go. Let me know if y'all can see that. Let's see if I can make this a little bit bigger for us. Why is this? Thank you. So there you go. So you guys can see what I see. Do you see what I see? Sorry. Ah, a lot of this is his escapability. Oh yeah, true, true. But as I'm showing you guys, so you guys can see, so you guys don't think I'm being biased or nothing like that. You see with your eyeballs, ladies and gentlemen, rank number one when it comes to the yards, when it comes to touchdowns. As I said earlier, he's ranked fifth at 29 touchdowns this season. When it comes to interceptions, which is not good, he's ranked fourth most. That's no bueno, right? Um, when it comes to yards per game, which is the other main one that we were looking at, he's number two at 272. When it comes to completion percentage, that was the other one. Look at him right here, ranked fifth. What does that mean when the game counts? Relax, my lord. I'm just giving you the stats real quick so you guys can do it. We're going to go ahead and go over. Because there is progression here based on the midseason review and what we ended up having to the end of the season review. Okay. Where is he at in touchdown passes? Oh, you must have just gotten here. Um, he's actually ranked fifth overall. Touchdown passes. Him and Josh Allen had the same amount of touchdowns. Just so you know, you see? So he's fourth overall. Fourth overall in touchdowns. When it comes to passer rating, he ended up being fifth at 101.5. I mean, sorry, that's the radio station down here. Sorry. 101.1. Yeah. What's up, Jeremiah? Welcome. Good Tuesday morning, Miss Phins. Let's smash that like button on the way in. Help support Miss Phins, man, Jeremiah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, guys, hit that like button, please. That's the easiest, and it's 100% free to hit that like button, guys. So please go ahead and hit that like button, okay? Let me get. I can't breathe if I don't lather up real quick. Um, so I'm just showing you where he is right now, based on these particular numbers, ladies and gentlemen. Tua Tagovailoa is a top five quarterback this season. That's where I would rank him. Not only was he here for because I know one of them was health. Availability is your best ability, right? That's what we always say. Look at all the games he started. Only 12 quarterbacks started all 17 games. Tua Tagovailoa was one of them. All 17 games. You see what I mean? All 17 games, and he was there. He was able to go ahead and do it, and that's one thing that you had. Yeah, what's the difference between the two? Well, we're not going to compare him overall as far as any individual quarterback right now because this is what I wanted you to see prior to. Okay? Well, I can do that at the end, but prior to this, I wanted to show you guys something specific. So, his numbers in the first 9 weeks, and I'm gonna include the playoffs because the playoffs, we ended up playing 18 games, right? Um, well, I can't because this is the regular season stuff. So in the first 9 games, I gave you the numbers for the first 9 games. He had 2,609 yards in the first 9 games, 19 touchdowns. He had 7 interceptions, and then averaged 289.8 yards per game. Okay. His yards per game went significantly down. It went from 289.8 to 272. So he had a drop off from the first half of the season to the second half of the season of 17.8. So that's the difference between the first half of the season, the first 9 weeks, to the last 8 games of the season. Okay? This so much easier to do. You know what I mean? Do 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 da 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 da. We're gonna be everybody. This is down to something. Okay, so hold on, cause I like to get all this puppy. That's the one right there. 272. Differential 17.8. Do you think that's a huge difference or not? Do you think his yards per game dropping like that, is that a major thing? Mm? You think that's a major thing right now? It is a drop off. It is a drop off, obviously. I guess technically, let's see here, 46.24 minus the 26.09 he had. That means he had 2,015 yards in the last 8 games, right? Let's divide that by 8 games. That means he went from averaging 289.8 to 251.8, technically point 0.9. So realistic, the real number is 289.8. It's 37.9 yards from the first half to the second half. That's the real number difference between what he had in the first than overall. So based on the overall, because he ended up with 272 yards average per game. But if you take a look at just the first 9 games and in the last 8 games, he was averaging way more yards, 37.9 yards. Let's say 38 yards more in the first half than the second half, right? Uh, I mean, these defenses are more worried about Lamar than they are to. I guess. Yeah. Okay. Um. So yeah. So that is a drop off. Almost 40 yards per game dropping off. What is that? A pass here, a pass there. You know, is it really that relevant? does that really, you know what I mean? Like, does that really changes? If you really look at it, that could be the difference between maybe one or two passes that were dropped, or two passes that, or two plays maybe that he didn't make. You know what I mean? Instead of throwing it to the right, the open man, he threw it away. You know what I mean? So twice a lead in September, October, and near and early November, then below average rest of the way. Is he below average? I don't know, because I mean, you'd have to and I'm not doing it, but you'd have to go ahead and compare all the other quarterbacks as far as the rest of it. Now, there is a difference, ladies and gentlemen, in the eye test, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people are gonna say, Miss Fans, stats are just stats; they're just numbers. I know what I see in the eye test, and this guy is not it. Blah blah blah. Right? Or this guy is it, and I'm gonna tell you X, Y, and Z. Everybody sees things differently overall. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, the reason why I'm giving you these particular numbers is because I want to show you the difference. Now, if we come over here, let me clear my throat. He still ended up at the end of the season being a top five quarterback. See, you can not like him all you want. He still ended up being a top five in all major categories. Uh, well, the only negative one is the INTs. Um, Obviously, having the fourth most INTs, that's no bueno. But other than that, everything else, you're looking at top five in passer rating, completion percentage, and touchdowns, all ranked fifth. In yards per game, ranked second, and total yards, he's number one. That's still top five. That's still top five. Now, let me hold on. Let me everybody. Yeah, because they're going by yardage. Um, well, let's see here. When it comes to look at this in the regular season, I'm not gonna I'm gonna talk about Trevor Simeon or Flacco. 5 games he played. Now on the quarterbacks that actually played pretty much most of the season, you got Lamar at 13-3, 16 games. Brock Purdy 12-4. Jared Goff 12-5. Dak Prescott 12-5. Tua 11-6. Allen 11-6. Hurts 11-6. Patrick Mahomes 10-6. Um, so if you're looking at the guys that actually played pretty much the entire season, 16, 17 games, you're looking at one, two, three, four, five. He still ranks number five, or you could say tied for fifth, as far as getting, even though some people don't say this is a QB stat, some other people say yes, then this is regular season, banana. Regular season. Um, then he's still number five. He's still number five when it comes to winning this season. I'm not counting these quarterbacks that played 4, 5, 3, 2 game. No, that again, Lamar number one, Purdy two, Goff three, Dak four are technically tied for third because they're both 12-5. Tua five at 11-6. So even that, you know what I mean? Even that is He's still top five when it comes to wins this season. Now, I want to go show you guys something else, so you guys can see his particular individual stuff here, real quick. Okay, let me see if I can blow this puppy up a little bit more. One, no, that's way too much. Okay, so now let's go into the games here because I know a lot of people want to talk about how well Miss Fans. What what can you say, as far as his lack of play, or his play not being that good at the end of the day? Let's take a look at his best games. Let's take a look at his best games. Nobody can deny the best game that Tua had this season, stats wise, has to have been the Chargers game. He had to go blow for blow in order to win that game. 466 yards. I mean, geez. That was also to the tie for second and three touchdowns in that game. Like, that's a pretty good game. Obviously, let's be real. Nobody's gonna beat 70 points. Like, come on. You know what I mean? But as far as the yards, that was his biggest game. What was his worst game? Versus Buffalo. Let's see how he did versus Buffalo on both of them. He got 282 and when we got smacked in the first half of the season, and then 173. So he ended up actually getting not better. I'll tell you that. Let's see, New England 249. One of the games. What was the other game? He ended up having 249 and one touchdown, 324 and three touchdowns. Okay, that's not too bad. This was at home. Obviously, we perform better at home. Let's see our other division opponents in New Jersey. 224, one touchdown, 243 and a touchdown. So, kind of similar games, if you will, with I almost said New Jersey. My gosh, that's hilarious. And touchdowns, obviously, the best game it's gonna be that game, right? But this is one thing that I wanted you guys to kind of take a look at real quick. We started the season this round down here, so they kind of go backwards. At the beginning of the season, this is where his numbers: three touchdowns, one touchdown, four touchdowns, one touchdown, two touchdowns, three touchdowns, one touchdown, three touchdowns, one touchdown. That's the halfway point where at this point he's at 19 touchdowns, seven interceptions, and averaging the 289.8 yards per game that we were talking about earlier, and a total of 2,609 yards because this is week 9. So this is the first week. But then you see, I'm gonna leave it highlighted here so you guys can see the first half. The second half, if you will, you got two touchdowns, one touchdown, two touchdown, no touchdown, one touchdown, two touchdown, one touchdown, one touchdown. So it was 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11 touchdowns at the end of the season. Hold up. My apologies. That's wrong. Because they're technically adding the what do you call it? In this particular stat, they're adding the Kansas City game that we played in the playoffs. You know what I mean? But if we don't add the Kansas City game that we played in the playoffs, then 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 touchdowns in the last 8 games. 10 touchdowns. He had 19 in one, 10 in the second. Interceptions, you already know we had 7 and 1 in the first 9 games. He ended up with what, 14? So he also had in the last 8 games, he ended up having, what do you call it? He ended up having the same amount, right? In the second half, his yards also went down too. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, guys, relax. Um, from 2,609 in the first half to 2,015 in the second half. That's what, 600 yards less in the second half. Now I get it because it's not kind of even because it is 17 games, not like 8 and 8. You know what I mean? But if you go by yards per game, 289.8 in the first half per game in the first nine, 251.8 in the second, right? That's still a lot. This is minus 594. And obviously a drop off of 9 touchdowns as well. This is actually kind of between the first half and the second half. So you're seeing a drop off in play. Now, I've heard these theories like you have no idea. Miss Finch, he's got a weak arm. It can't last till the end of the season. He started out hot, but then he can't do nothing at the end of the season. Well, I mean, his numbers, I mean, based on what we're looking at, I can see why people say he may not have a stronger arm towards the end of the season. I don't agree with it, but I understand. Some people I know, and by the way, the last game here is the Kansas City game that we are talking about. You know what I mean? Good morning, Armin. Good morning, MJ. Welcome, welcome. Greg, welcome. Good morning. What's up, Michelle? Welcome. Banana, welcome, welcome. Um, hey, is Cap for Life in here? Hey, what's up? Cap for Life top five in turnovers. Yeah, it's not good. Technically top four. Um, and I'm highlighting this one here so you guys can see that's the turning point between that one plus down. That's the first 9 weeks, and then above that is the last 8 weeks plus the playoff numbers as well. Um, but if you take a look at this, that isn't significant, because you go to almost 20 touchdowns in the first half to 10. Now, games like, I know a lot of people want to say games like the 70-point Broncos game, that's going to skew things. I mean, I guess it could technically skew things, but if you think about it, he's had multiple 3 touchdown games, having one extra touchdown than what he had before. It really doesn't, in my opinion, change that much. Because he's technically averaging what? 19 touchdowns divided by 9. He's averaging 2.1 touchdowns a game. Where are we? 2.1 touchdowns a game, right? And if you take a look at it, he still had 3 in one game, one in the other. So it kind of evens out, if you will. So I wouldn't even call it the outlier because I know a lot of people want to say, well, that game, it's going to skew everything else. Does it really? Because if his average in the first half of the season is 289.8, what is that, an extra 10, 20 yards in that Denver game? That doesn't really skew much. So I know I've heard a lot of people say that that particular game skews a lot of the numbers. Not really. Like, not really. Not compared to the first half of the season. Now, overall season. Okay, maybe I'm with you on that one, but not that much. If anything, shoot, the LA game, the Chargers game, that one definitely. That one's 466. At any other point in the second half, two, three times in the second half, man. We're talking about a 5,000-yard quarterback who with probably an extra five, six touchdowns and possibly an extra win or two. Oh my God. To wish, Um, but at the end of the day, what I'm trying to illustrate here is that there is a significant drop off. Now, some would say, I'm not some people, but some would say that the level of competition does increase in the second half of the season and therefore causes him to do worse. Hmm. I can't argue if that's your position. But what I will say is that although, yes, the numbers definitely were down, right? Um, and another reason why I did the first nine is because week 10 is our bye week. So I used the bye week as the kind of like the separator between both. In case you were wondering why nine and not eight and then nine. Like, no. We did the first nine that were nine straight games. We had the bye week and then eight straight games. And that's why I did that. I can understand if somebody were to say that the level of competition definitely got better because it did. I mean, if you take a look at it, out of the last eight games, Buffalo, playoff team, Baltimore, playoff team, Dallas, playoff team, those were the only three playoff games. Like three playoff teams we played in the second half. You had New Jersey twice, Tennessee, Washington, Raiders. Five teams. So in reality, you had three big games, if you will, or three playoff games, if you will, in the second half. Five regular non playoff teams, right? But in the first half, you had Buffalo, Philadelphia, Kansas City. Oh, so you mean to tell me that in both halves, we only really faced three playoff teams in the first half and three playoff teams in the second half? Oh. So you think, okay, New England, we played them twice. Chargers, they didn't make the playoffs. Denver, didn't make the playoffs. Giants, didn't make the playoffs. Carolina, didn't make the playoffs. So that's six games and three playoff teams that we made, right? Oh, I get it, MJ. A lot of people feel that way. You're not the only one. So what I'm illustrating is that there's really only and funny enough, in the first half, those three playoff teams, we lost all three. In the second half, we lost two of those games and won one, the Dallas game. And it always comes down to freaking Tennessee. I'm telling you, the vein of it. And I'm convinced, man. I'm convinced it was Bravo. Bravo's the reason why. Jesus, we just can't get past Tennessee. No. We're not talking playoffs, guys. We're talking just regular season. This is the end of the season. I'll bring up playoff in a second. Um, but end of the season. You see what I mean? So in reality, we kind of had very similar first half to second half. This is what I want people to understand. But you cannot deny it. You can't deny it. I'm up, right? You don't want to with me. Do. So, my brain. Um, in those big time games, one of five. One of five. Those big time playoff games, 1 of 5. That's what happened here. Tua ended up having he went on going 1 of 5 in big time games. That doesn't that doesn't that doesn't work. Now, granted, I understand this is a team, you know, a team game. But when you go, let's see here, 1 through 9, 10 through 17, we have 3 record. Oh, 1, 2. That's not good. That's one winner, 42 losers, 6 total. That's not good. Big playoff teams. That's not good. Going 1 of 5. That's not good. Is he dwindling? Let's take a look at that. And he had Kansas City had 193 yards in the first half. And he had 216 in Philadelphia. And then in Buffalo, he had 282 yards. So in the first half, he had 691 yards in those 3 games. In the first half. Let's go to touchdowns. How many did he have in those 3 games? Okay, Buffalo, he got 1 touchdown. Philadelphia, 1 touchdown. Kansas City, 1 touchdown. So he had 3 touchdowns in the first 3 big time games. This is why we're breaking this down, baby, people. And then interceptions. Let's go interceptions. In Kansas City, he had no interceptions. Okay, that's good. In Philly, he had 1 interception. Okay, 1 out of 2. That's not bad. And Buffalo, he had 1 interception. Okay, so he had 2 interceptions. Right. This is the first half. First half in the big time games. Second half. Let's go backwards. You've got Fuller right there, but you got 1, 2, 3. He scored what 173 or yards. He got 173 yards, 1 touchdown. Okay. In the Baltimore game, he had 237 yards. In the Dallas game, 293 yards. That means he's got 703 yards in the last 3 big time games in the second half of the season. Okay, so that's a plus of is that 193, 9, 12 yards. May seem trivial, but hey, gotta break this puppy down. How many touchdowns did he have in these 3 games? Okay, so he had 1 touchdown in Dallas, 2 in Baltimore, 1 in Buffalo, coming out to 4 touchdowns. Okay. Interceptions. How many interceptions he got? 2 interceptions versus Buffalo, 2 interceptions versus Baltimore, 0 versus Dallas. So he still ended up getting 4. Okay, which obviously not good. Uh, yeah, that's a technically +2. So, which is not good. So to see the first half versus the second half, ladies and gentlemen, Tua Tagovailoa pretty much played the exact same way. You heard me. Tua Tagovailoa in three big time games in the first half and three big time games in the second half. He played it pretty much exactly the same. And you're not even gonna believe this. His yards per game between the first three that he played were average 230.3 yards. In the three games he played in the second half, the three big time games, he averaged 234.3 yards. It was only a 4 yard difference between the first half and the second half in the big time playoff games. Do you guys think that was enough? Yes or no? Do you think that was enough for him? I mean, we only went 1-5, so I don't think it was enough based on that alone. But he pretty much had the exact same performance in all six games. I mean, literally, and this is why I break it down because I want you guys to understand like the intricacies of just the basic numbers. Besides the eye test, we all know if you watch these games like we watched these games, there were missed plays left and right. There were drop balls left and right too. But there were some key players missed at key moments that would have made the difference and would have had us winning these games. Oh, no, he should have. You know what, Michelle? Miss Ma'am. Let's see what you got here. No, he should have played better in second half because those are games we need the most. But are they the only games we need the most? Why is the second half? I just illustrated to you. Literally, we had three in the first half and three in the second half. If he would have gone 3-0 in the first half and gone 0-3 in the second half, it's still two more wins. You see what I mean? And guess what? Two more wins. You know what that does? That puts us at 13-4. Ooh, what other team had 13-4 this season? Baltimore Ravens. We would have we would have guaranteed the division and number two spot in the AFC. If he would have won those three at the beginning and lost the last three. You see what I mean? Because remember, out of the six, we went 1-5. So if we take away that win in the second half and we win the first three, because I get your point, Michelle. You say we needed those last three that were more important because we needed them. No, and I have to remind people this every single year. And people want to negate the fact that the first half of the season is just as important as the second half of the season. Just as important. We go 3-0 in the first half. You guess what? We're not in the same. We're not in the same period, in the same position that we are here, because we would have had two more wins. Yeah, we would have had two more wins. Well, yeah, two more wins. Look at the Eagles. We needed momentum going into the playoffs, so second half still more important. Look at the Eagles. You're making some valid points. You're making some valid points. I mean, momentum is a real thing. V21, what's up, V21? Welcome. What's up, banana? We couldn't close out Tennessee. I have a problem with that. We just maybe next year when we play them, we'll be able to finally beat Tennessee since Brabo won't be there. I think that's the only saving grace. If I'm gonna be honest with you, Baldy just said Tua is top six. Guess what? V26. I don't know if you just got here or not, but Tua Tagovailoa, based on the numbers here, he's actually a top five quarterback this season. Yeah, just just on pure numbers. We cannot make sense and Tua. Wait, we cannot make sense and Tua because Tua is not good. Oh, it's weird. It's weird. It's like the numbers are there, but key performances aren't there. That's what it is. The numbers are there. It's just key performances are not there for Tua. When the lights are brightest, you hear this all the time. He doesn't step up to the plate. And I just showed you whether it's the first half or the second half. So those two things don't make a difference this season. He played practically exactly the same. Heck, if anything, he just had two. He got one extra touchdown in the second three and two extra interceptions. Yeah. We all notice it, Banana. We all notice it. But this is the reason why we do the end of the season review. So based on the numbers, Tua Tagovailoa is a top five quarterback. Based on big games, though, it shows you that the first half and second half is pretty much the same. Now, I'm gonna do this, and I'm only gonna do it with one. I'm only gonna do it with two quarterbacks. So I want you guys to give me two quarterbacks who you want me to compare Tua to this season, who you think Tua needs to be as good as. Two quarterback guys, and whoever gets the most, that's the two quarterbacks I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna stick to the basic ones: yards, touchdowns, interceptions, yards per game, just to keep it easy. You know what I mean? Just simple for me. So give me those two quarterbacks you want me to compare Tua to, even though I kind of already showed you. He is top five in these categories. That's not gonna change. But give me them two quarterbacks you guys want me to compare him to. One thing Tua showed us is that he can improve. The next thing he has to improve is winning in big games. Yeah, that's one of the least amount of things he needs to do. Tua's a limited. Tua is Tua limited. You can stat me to death, but Tua isn't a top 10 quarterback. I understand. Based on your opinion, Banana, he's not top 10. And there's nothing wrong with it, and I totally understand where you're coming from. Based on the numbers, he's a top five quarterback. Not even, well, technically, if he's top five, he's top 10. Matthew Stafford, Jalen Hurts. I'm getting two. I got four different QBs. So y'all gonna have to decide for yourselves. You know what? We'll do one within the division, and we'll do one outside the division. Let's do that. One in the division, one outside the division. So if you're gonna go, nobody trying to be like Mac Jones or Aaron Rodgers. Neither of those were there. So I'll do it with Josh Allen, right? So we'll do Josh Allen. I feel like that should be all right. And then give me an outside division quarterback then. Give me an outside divisional quarterback. Uh, the only I saw Brock Purdy, Matt Stafford, Jalen Hurts, Lamar, Mahomes. So give me. Let's come down into. You know what? I'll make it to a pool. I'll make it a quick little pool because I want to give you guys the opportunity. So you got Salamar, my homie. Where the hell? I need to block some numbers, man. Uh, Purdy. I saw Purdy. Who else? Who's gonna be the fourth one? Tommy Cutlass. Hurts. All right, Hurts. Okay, so you guys decide. I didn't even ask a question. Just pick which is ever gonna do besides Josh Allen, and then I'm gonna go ahead and set this up here so we can do a QB comparison. There you go. I'm gonna do Allen, whomever their bleep. What did we say? Yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and yards per game. But I might do a little twist on y'all. I don't bail straight out of jail, California dreaming. I hear it. Say what you say. Ooh, a lot of people really want Hurts. Love hurts. Love skies. Love you. Okay, well, I get Matt Stafford, Michelle. What you're saying? It looks like the people want Hurts, which will be interesting because Alabama quarterbacks. I swear. Bow wow wow yippee yo yippee yay bow wow yippee yo yippee way. It's crazy that we thought Super Bowl when we can't even win a playoff game, but I get it. What's up, Joe Rich? Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. How you doing? Welcome, sir. How you doing? Much appreciated. Load. I'm having a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Okay, let me give you one more minute. One more minute. I know it seems like you guys have spoken. California love. Mm, 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 mm. California knows how to party. California knows how to party. In the city. The city. Golf would be a good comparison. I think you should add rushing stats in too. Um, I'm gonna keep it QB, and the only reason why I'm gonna keep it QB is because it's what do you call it? It's a QB comparison, not a rushing comparison. And to be fair, pretty much any QB would destroy Tua when it comes to rushing because he's got like I don't know, like 100 yards maybe in rushing yards. So it's not even a fair comparison. If we're gonna be honest. Okay. I don't bounce when I'm young, gonna for the dream. Hear them. I'm an alcohol. Say what you say. Okay, let me end it. It looks like I think yeah. Okay, Hertz won. So let's go with Hertz. Um, funny enough, let's start sharing this. Let's share this tab real quick so we can go ahead and do it. Again, you got Tua. You got two quarterbacks who obviously we could all agree are dual threat quarterbacks in Allen and Jalen Hurts. But these are two that you guys are wanting to compare him. Okay, no problem, no problem. So let's do this. And this season, overall, oh, I don't even need to do that. Let's do it here. Josh Allen, 4,306 yards. He got 29 touchdowns. He had 18 interceptions. And in yards per game, he ended up having 253.3 yards per game, right? Then you have Hertz. Hertz. He got 3,858 yards, 23 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, and yards per game at 226.9 yards per game. Okay, that's for the season, right? So let's go ahead and. Oh, oops. I wasn't even showing you guys. My bad. Sorry. Okay, so based on the season, we already know obviously Tua had more than both of them combined. He had, was it about 300 more than Allen in passing yards and about 800 more passing yards than Jalen Hurts. When it comes to touchdowns, Tua had 29, just like Josh Allen. Those are even, and he also had Jalen Hurts had 23, so Tua had six more touchdowns. When it comes to interceptions, we all know Tua had 14, Josh Allen had 18, Hurts had 15, so Tua was better than that. When it comes to yards per game, we know that Tua ended up having 272, Josh Allen ended up having 253, and Hurts having 226. Well, 253.3 and 226.9. So in passing yards, I mean, heck, even in interceptions, Tua still manages to be doing better than both of them. In TDs, in yards per game, total yards, all of that. Tua seems to be doing better than both of them. Now, uh, now I'm gonna go ahead and do something else that I don't know if you guys were thinking, which is why I was pointing out to these. Let's go over well, not the playoff ones because I'm not gonna go into playoff games. But in the regular season, what were the playoff teams that Allen had to play against, right? He played Miami, Dallas, Kansas City, Philadelphia. Is that Tampa? Is this Tampa Bay? Let me share this one. I think this is Tampa. Right? Yeah, I think that's Tampa, which they did make it right. So Miami, Dallas, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Tampa, excuse me, Miami again. Oh, wait a minute. I think I messed up. Hold on. Four, 5. Oh no, I didn't. Ha! Phew. Butterfield champ. I didn't mess up. I got this right. So Miami twice. That's what it was. 'Cause I thought I only did Miami and two was numbers. But no, no, no. I did Buffalo twice. So we're right. So we have Miami, right? Dallas, Kansas City, Philadelphia, Tampa because they were a playoff team. Did Jacksonville make it? No, no, they missed it. Miami again. Yeah. So both quarterbacks had six big time games, if you will, right? Six big time games. Let's see how Allen did in his six big time games. So in yards, we're gonna start out backwards. Yeah, you guys didn't think we were gonna do this in depth. This is what you get with Miss Fans, and this is why I do the mid-season review and I do the end of the season review. We're only entertaining this because hello, it's fun. And B, I'm gonna give you my grading at the end based on everything we were looking for Tua. But hey, way to call it out. Allen also had six big time games. It looks like in the first half, 9. So this is the first 9 games. He had one, two in the first 9 games. So we gotta go with let's see here. When I go with Miami was the first one, right? Miami. He had let's see here. 320 yards versus Miami. He had 324 yards versus Tampa Bay. He had 339 yards versus Philly, included overtime, but it is what it is. He had 233 yards versus Kansas City, 94 yards, arguably his worst game versus Dallas, and then he had versus Miami again 359 yards, right? For a total of 1,669 yards, right? How many touchdowns did he get in that one? Okay, he got two tutties here, two interceptions. Well, we'll do the tutties first. He got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 touchdowns in those 6 games. How many interceptions? You got 0, 1, 2. I missed. Nope, I already know I missed. Ain't no way. Okay. Miami, 0. Tampa, 1. Okay. Philly, 1. That's 2. 3. 4, 5. Okay. Okay. That's not bad at all. Holy smokes. Look at that. I was not expecting that. Okay. There you go. And his average in those 6 games was 278 point. We'll leave it at one. We're only running up to the first. First half he got B plus. Second half he got. Oh snap! That's hilarious, yo. Y'all are hilarious. Good morning, Lance. How you doing, buddy? Hey, how is this in depth and you leave out rushing stats? But I'll be cool. It's okay, Kenna. Don't worry. It is in depth. What am I gonna say with Tua Tagovailoa? I don't have his rush. Oh, I'm lying. I do have his rushing stats right here. I mean, what did he? What? What did he? Let me see it here real quick. Let me check something out. Mister. Yeah. No, I don't got it in this one. Let me see here. Ooh, but I do see something else. What's up? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's up? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, it's too complicated. It's the reason why I'm not doing it. It's just too complicated to try to take those numbers out. Okay. So we got Allen's numbers. Let's get Hertz six. Well, I don't know how many big time games he had, since we're doing a divisional and a non-divisional quarterback. But let's take a look. Hertz had how many big time games? So in the big time games, let's see how many big time games Hertz had. Last time I checked, Philadelphia went into the playoffs, right? But the last game, if I'm not mistaken, was the Giants game. Yeah, and then they lost nastily to Tampa Bay in the playoffs. So we're not counting this one because that's a playoff game. So let's move from that one. Okay, how many big time playoff games did Hertz play this season? Arizona Giants, Dallas playoff game. SFO. I'm assuming San Francisco playoff game. Buffalo playoff game. Kansas City playoff game. Dallas playoff game. Miami playoff game. Let's see here. Rams playoff game. Tampa playoff game. Oh, this puppy, man, he played 8 playoff teams. Look at that. Hertz played 8 big times games. And yes, in case you're wondering, I am putting playoff teams as big time games. Let's compare and see how many he has as far as the rest of it is concerned. Okay. Bro, no way this man got 55 yards. Oh, that ain't even the game I'm looking for. Never mind. Okay, so clearly this man sucks. No, I'm just kidding. He got 197 versus Dallas. He got 298 versus San Francisco. 200 versus Buffalo. 150 versus Kansas City. 207 versus Dallas. 279 versus Miami. The Rams 303. Tampa 277. 1911. Now, because here's the thing. Those are big playoff games, and if I'm gonna stick to that, well, this is why we have averages. With two extra games, I don't know if I want to do 8 games and just stick to 6 games. Let's see. Okay, what are the games that overlap? Well, obviously not Tampa. Miami, Dallas, Kansas City, Buffalo, Dallas again. So the only games that I can think of, and then obviously Tampa and San Francisco, and what's the other one? Tampa. Oh, Rams. Rams. We don't play none of those games. I'm trying to bring it down to like 6 games. Okay, okay. Let's see. Which one of these teams? Well, the Rams, although they were technically in the playoffs. Then they go out in the first round. Tampa actually went to the second round, and so did 49ers are still in it. So I'm gonna keep 49ers and I'm gonna take out Tampa and the Rams only because I want to keep it at 6 games, so it'll be easier comparison. Unless you guys want me to keep the eight. Should I keep the 8 games or should I keep 6 games? Should I keep the 8 games or should I do the 6 game? My home's the Bills, baby. Yeah. Uh, man, this is tough because he did technically play 8 playoff games. That's half the season. We are definitely winning the division next year. Oh, Timothy, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you now. I'm very confident Chiefs beating the Bills next year also. Yeah, I see that too, actually. And that's if they make it past the division round. So, uh, yeah. Yeah. No, I'm gonna have to stick to the same one. Look, okay. Do I want to? I'm gonna make an executive decision, and I'm gonna take out the Rams numbers, and I'm gonna take out Tampa Bay numbers because they're like no longer there, right? So minus 303 minus 277. Okay, 1331. And now that we're not gonna put these puppies in, let's see how many touchdowns this guy had in the rest of the games, right? Two for Miami, two for Dallas. That's 4-0 versus Kansas City. Dang. The 7-8-0 again. Bro, you suck. 8. Okay. So he got 8 in those same ones that we're talking about. Okay. How many interceptions? That's actually a pretty good thing. Zero interceptions in this one. Zero in this one. One, two, zero, three interceptions. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then his yards per game in them 3 games, well, 6 games, he was averaging 221.8. Okay. Well, wow, these numbers are actually very comparable, guys. Are we looking at fantasy numbers? No, actually, we're taking a look at them. We're comparing all 3 quarterbacks as far as their big time games. So, what are the big time games? The games they play versus playoff teams. Technically, Jalen Hurts had 8, not 6, but I took out the Rams and I took out Tampa Bay because neither team made it past. Well, the the third one would have been San Francisco, is the one that doesn't overlap, and San Francisco is technically in the NFC Championship, so I figure that's a bigger game than the other two. So there you go. Full transparency, people. So you got Josh Allen in his 6 big time playoff games this regular season. He had 1,669 yards, 12 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, averaged 278.1 yards. Jalen Hurts in his 6 big time playoff games that we talked about, he had 8 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 221.8 yards. In case you are wondering, this is all based on QB and not rushing, guys, in case you're asking me, okay? Or wondering. No, I'm not taking into consideration the rushing numbers. Just so you know. Um, I could if you wanted me to, but I guess at this point I might have to. But we'll do it with the QB numbers and then we'll add the extra. And then obviously in 206 big time games, which I was already on that page, Tua went for Lord 691 plus 703. He had 1,522 yards. He had a total of 7 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and he averaged in these 6 games 253.6. So out of all three guys, based on those parameters that we set, Tua is only point 0.3 more than Allen. No, I'm lying. What am I talking about? No. Josh Allen absolutely did way better when it comes to yards. He did better when it comes to interceptions because he only got 5 interceptions versus 6 interceptions in his big time games, and he was able to score 12 passing touchdowns versus a 7 to a guy. Dang, there was something else I was gonna do, but I completely forgot. Inverse as well. Uh, Jalen Hurts also did better than Tua at this point because when it comes to interceptions, he only got 3 in those 6 big time games versus the 6 Tua got, and he got 8 passing touchdowns versus the 7 Tua got. Granted, the yards per game were not as high as Tua. Tua's technically between both of them because Tua's at 253.6. Josh Allen was averaging 278.1 yards in those 6 playoff type games. And Hurts 221.8. So Tua's right in the middle when it comes to yardage. But when it comes to the rest, when it comes to touchdowns, when it comes to interceptions, uh, Allen and Hurts both had better. Um, that's what I was gonna get at. Had better numbers. Now, this is the other one. Wins versus loss. So let's see, because we all know that Tua went 1 for 5, right? In that win versus loss column, right? Column. So let's see in the same 5 games. Am I sharing the right one? Are you all seeing? Yeah, okay. In the same 5 games we talked about, let's see how many of these Jalen Hurts won. Okay, so we started with Dallas, loss, win, win. So he went 4-2. All right. In those 6 big time games, 4-2. Josh Allen. Let's take a look at Josh Allen's numbers, if you will. In those 6 big time playoff type games that he won, well, that played in the regular season, he got Miami was one of them. He won, won, lost. So he's 3-1 right now. Wait a minute. Miami was one of them. What was the other one? Oh, Dallas was the other one. Kansas City was the other one. Oh, okay. Got it. So he's 1, 2, 3, and 1. 3-1. Yeah, Tampa was the other one. So 4-1. 5-1. Jeez. Okay. So when it comes to the win and loss column within those same 6 big time games, Tua Tonga Vailoa and 1-5. Josh Allen went 5-1. Jalen Hurts went 4-2. It's not even a question. All these numbers, what this tells us is that Tua Tagovailoa can hang with pretty much anybody throughout the entire season. But when it comes to those big time games, that's where the drop off is. Now, let's see here. I'm gonna ask you guys, what do you grade Tua overall? Now, for the entire regular season, and then I'm gonna ask for big time. Well, I shouldn't even ask that because that's obvious F. But what's Tua's grade in regular season? Oh, so, people are gonna say it, so I gotta be. Whatever. Oh, it's gonna be interesting. We'll be nice. So let me see what you guys do. What you guys are saying real quick. I'm in between B minus and C plus. Ooh, interesting. Okay, okay. Let me see what you guys technically. Oh, and remember, this is a regular season because we're doing our end of the season review. Now, remember some of the goals that we wanted. One of them was being play as a playoff 17 games. Check, he did. Be a top 10 quarterback based on the numbers. He is a top 10 quarterback, technically top 5 quarterback. But this is the true question, and this is the stuff that we have to measure. Sorry, it's notorious. No, 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 notorious. Some rough numbers, guys. Rough numbers. But it's the truth. You gotta give me what you think. This is why I break everything down for you guys, so you guys see it. B for regular season, F for playoffs. Cliff D, that is very. I mean, that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? I totally, absolutely understand. Um, this is why I wanted to ask you guys these questions, and this is why I said let's go ahead and compare them to other ones. This is why I wanted to break down the big games, and I show you how it is, whether it's the first half or the second half, because he had three in each, and how he ended up doing. He technically did better in the second half because he went 1-2. You know, but these are the things that we have to go ahead and take into consideration. And look, guys, what I'm dropping for you right now, just so you know, this is the contract negotiations right here. You guys always want to ask, man, how do they do this? How are they gonna determine what they'll pay him and blah blah blah? This is what his what do you call it? This is what his people are gonna be bringing to the table. You guys wanted him to play 17 games, he did. You guys wanted him to be a top 10 quarterback, he was. You guys wanted him to get into the playoffs, he did. Now, he did get us into the playoffs. Playoff win? He didn't. But this is the stuff that you have to consider what they're gonna bring in when it comes to a contract, when it comes to all of that. This is what they're gonna be asking. This is the numbers they're gonna be bringing. Who are they gonna comp him to based on the contracts? And I've heard a million people say this. Daniel Jones is gonna be one of the comparable contracts. That's one of the ones. But Daniel Jones won a playoff game. You see what I mean? So it's a little bit different for me, you know? It's a little bit different for me. Daniel Jones actually won a playoff game, which is why he got paid. But do you guys think, based on the numbers I gave you, especially comparing to other QBs, do you think his regular game performance overall is enough to warrant an extension? Ooh. Mm. Do you think it warrants getting an extension? Because based on what you guys are saying here, hey, I'm getting a lot of people giving this man a B, B minus, B plus. It depends on because it couldn't do anymore. I get it. B minus, C plus. I understand. I get it. It's extremely frustrating, but I know our personal feelings aside, we may think, man, this guy super sucks. He can't do it. I get it. I'm with you. That's how you feel. I get it. You're entitled to that. As far as the numbers are concerned, this is what happens when you get a tool that plays all 17 games. These are the numbers that you're going to get. And there is progression, guys. Every single year, Tua Tagovailoa has progressed as a quarterback overall. He has progressed. It also makes sense he has because of, I don't know, playing all 17 games. So, one thing I will say is he did play less games last year and got 25 touchdowns. He played 4 extra games this year and only had 4 extra touchdowns. That will probably be my biggest concern right there. I would expect at least 10 more touchdowns. Get to 35 in the 30s. You know what I mean? Another concern, too, from his progression, he played 13 games last year. He only had 8. Let's say if you take the average of that, right? 8 divided by 13 games, and I multiply that by 17, he would have had 10 and a half, let's say 11 interceptions last year had he played all 17 games. That's still better than the 14 he had this year. So, although he got slightly more in slightly more in touchdowns, the interceptions did become slightly more as well. Now, he got his 25 touchdowns in 13 games. If he would have played all 17 games, he would have had 32 touchdowns. You see what I mean? So he would have needed 33 touchdowns, actually. He would have needed 4 more touchdowns to kind of stay in pace of what he would have done. And I had already done the numbers from last year to this year. Had he actually done his yards per game that he was doing from last year, he would have ended up averaging 4,600 and I think 79 yards based on what we have what we were looking at. So 62% of you guys say, or 61% you guys say, that Tua this regular season ended up being a B minus, B plus, B, or like B plus, B, B minus performance. 23% of you guys said C plus, C, C minus performance. 15% A plus, A minus performance. Nobody said D plus. Interesting. You know, very interesting. So at least I think we can all say that he didn't regress. He did improve, obviously, but is B plus. Let's say if we make were to make that one his highest for real, since most people did agree on that one. If we were to put the B plus, is that going to get you far into the playoffs with that B plus? It didn't this year. I'll tell you that. It didn't this year. Now, my mid-season review for Tua, and you guys can come back, go back into it, and you guys can see. But my season review for him, I my goal was to have him have us as a top 10 offense, top 10 QB. Um, I think he definitely met that. As far as the grade, I gave him a B plus mid half of the season. And based on the numbers I gave you, he essentially had a very similar first to second half. Although there is a drop off in the second half of the season. You know, that's the only thing. So if I'm gonna go strictly second half, you went from scoring 19 touchdowns in the first half. You still had your three playoff teams in the first half, but you scored 19 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. You're averaging 289, almost 290 a game. In the second half, 10 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. So and 252 yards, if you will, if you were to compare it. So in the second half, if I give him a B plus in the first half, I gotta give him a B minus in this second half, C plus, because it's a significant. It's a practically a 10 touchdown differential. Interceptions stayed the same, but you went down 10, technically 9 touchdowns and less and 40 yards less per game. Again, you can maybe attribute to that to a drop pass or a miss pass from him. If we're gonna keep it on the QB, you know, throwing a pass, the accuracy wasn't there. He threw too far behind, too far forward, too far ahead. You know, so in the second half, I have to give him a B minus, C plus. That's where I would put Tua in the second half. But if I were to grade him between the first and the second half and give you my end of the season review, I think that Tua Tagovailoa was a solid B player. B. The first half he got that B plus. The second half, that's way too many production as far as touchdowns that were missed. Um, that I just couldn't. I just couldn't. I couldn't. So my overall grade for him has to be a B. In and let me put it here. Grade second half. Yeah, I'm B minus, C plus. And this is the main reason why. You can't drop off 10 touchdowns, bro. That's going down 50% in touchdown productions. Time always tells, and time is not on his side, and you are 1000% right. You're 1000% right. So overall, we still got a guy. We still got a guy. He might not be the guy to get us all the way, though. He might be a transitional guy. We got a guy, obviously. He might not be the guy we need to get us over the hump. And in crucial games, I mean that to me, that right there, don't matter if it's the first or second half. Overall in the season, you can't go 1-5. It's a team sport, Miss Vince. I get that, but you're supposed to elevate your team as a franchise quarterback, right? You want to get paid $300 million. You want to get 50, 55 a year. 50, 55 a year constituted you getting like a Hurts 4-2 in those six, playoff games, big time games in the season, or 5-1 like Allen. This is why we break it down, so when people try to come at you, you can say, no, no, no. We went through the numbers. And this is why I believe this X, Y, and Z. This ammunition, people. And right now, you can see that QB comparison. It's specific, and this is why. And I'm so glad we got to do it, because overall, Tua Tagovailoa had a better season statistically speaking than Allen and Hurts. Now, granted, I know what you're gonna say, Miss Fins. You didn't take into consideration all of the rushing yards and all of the rushing touchdowns. I get it. And I prefaced this at the beginning when I made the QB comparison. We're gonna stick to the QB part of it because we all know Hurts and Allen are two-way players. Tua isn't. So it's no point. If that, I would have picked two different quarterbacks. But if we're gonna just stick pure QB stats, not rushing stats, Tua's better based on these numbers this year. I'm not talking 18 years of his career. No, I'm just talking this year. But when it comes to big time games, it's not even close. Allen and Hurts are way better in big time games. It's not even a question. Not even a question. And we won by 2 points. The game we did win. So that's it. We got a guy. He needs to step up his game. This fifth year, it don't even matter if they extend him or not. He has to step up his game, specifically in the big time games. Period. We know he can stay healthy, thank God, and thank jujitsu. I'm not even trying to be funny or nothing. But at the end of the day, it's not even a question. So that's why I say we got a guy. If he's the guy to take us over the top, we got a guy to be the guy. Just not a guy to take us over the top. You can't go 1-5. Just that's not that's not gonna help you get deep into the playoffs. Miss Fins, Philly got destroyed the first, game versus the Buccaneers. It's true, they did lose bad to the Buccaneers. So did we versus Kansas City. He still went 4-2 in those big time games in the regular season. And I took two off because he technically had 8 playoff teams he played, like playoff games within the regular season, meaning teams that made it to the playoffs. Hurts had 8. Allen and Tua had 6. But I took 2 of them that didn't really overlap with Tua, and I stuck to the one that actually did went the furthest, which is San Francisco. So, yeah. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and I know I hear this all the time, good enough not to be good enough. I could see why people would say that. Really good enough to get us to the games that we need to be competitive in the regular season and to get us into the playoffs might not be good enough versus those playoff teams once we get into the playoffs. And this is where people have that frustration with Tua. Right there. That's the frustration. You know. But if he were to, again, take this next year, whether they give him the extension or not, I think they will. But I'll be shocked if they don't give him an extension this one and just say, "Hey, just play in your 5th year option." Okay. I doubt Tua is going to sit out if they're like, you know what, we're gonna wait until what is it, mid season to go back into the table and kind of, you know what I mean. We'll see what the team ends up doing, and based on what Chris Gear said, man, they want him long term, playing at a high level. I don't know if people caught that or not. That thing stuck to me like glue. When I heard it, I had to rewind it. I was like, okay, the goal is to keep to it here a long term, playing at a high level. You take that however you want. I know how I took it. That means they need to play at a high level for him to stay here for a long time. To me, that speak for he playing in his 5th year option, so we can get a true assessment of okay, you got some stuff that we wanted you to accomplish. You did great. Now we need you to get over the hump. Now we need you to go ahead and do it. Like now it's continue to play all 17 games, continue to keep yourself healthy, and now it's we gotta make a deep playoff run. That is what, if I'm the Miami Dolphins, I would do. Let him play the 5th year option. If he wants to sit out, let's go. Skylar Thompson, get in there. Yep, get in there. Why not? I still got to develop him anyways, right? He's our backup quarterback. So, and a youngster. Why not? We drafted him for a reason. Get him in there. You know what I mean? But, ladies and gentlemen, I thought this was a great in-depth analysis of Tua Tagovailoa. It is what I saw so far this season. What I think, we saw. You guys said it, not me. Most of you guys gave him like a B, B minus, B plus. Second was C, C minus, C plus. We broke down the first half and the second half, guys. We kind of reviewed the midseason review. Um, Based on both reviews in the first half, you already know. I gave him a B, B plus. The second half, B minus, C plus. Because you can't drop off by practically 10 touchdowns in the second half and 40 yards. Like, that's a drop off. That's a drop off. You know what I mean? Michelle, what are you saying here? Let me see. Miss Phins, we should compare Tua's playoffs to Scholars. Oh, jeez. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. Why, Michelle? Because it's going to show what exactly? We already know the answer. It's not even a question. Skylar Thompson outplayed Tua Tagovailoa. It's not even a question. It's not even a debate. Anybody that wants to debate, I can't help you. It's not even a question. I mean, I could pull it up, but why? Like, I shouldn't have to. It's not even a question. And to me, he faced even more adversity than Tua did this this playoff game. So, man, like, it is what it is. It is what it is. Wait, why would she be a hater wanting to know and compare two of our quarterbacks playoff performance? AB, are you taking that personal? Do you think that it's gonna look unfavorable on Tua and therefore automatically means that we shouldn't do it? Ooh, please don't, because I wanted to get out of here, man. But now, just because you said that, now I feel like I need to compare. I mean, you took it personal by calling her a hater. I mean, why? Just because she wants to genuinely compare both of our quarterbacks? Are they not both of our quarterbacks? Did they not both play playoff games? I mean, that's a fair question to ask. Let's compare both of them. You know why she said, come on, of course. I just told you. It's a fair question to compare. Both of our quarterbacks who have both playoff experience. What's wrong with that? See, uh, it is what it is. It is what it is at this point. I get it. I understand some people might not want to see that. But now you just made me want to do it. So let's pull up Skylar Thompson and Skylar's playoff performance. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Why? Because it's for fun. I know we haven't compared stats in playoffs, which again, that's why I said I'm like, that's a fair question to ask. I didn't want to do it because of the same reason why some people can't handle the truth. The truth, it is what it is. The numbers are not going to change whether I say them or not. Like this is why I don't get from people. Like the numbers won't change whether I say them or not. It's still a fair question to ask. Oh, there he is. Let's compare Monsieur Thompson. Uh, why did he change his number? Weird. But let's go. Let's do this. Do 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 do. Okay, let's see if they give me the playoff one. Hold on. Regular playoffs. There it is. Playoffs. Sorry. There it is. Here. Let me share this so you guys can see it. I'm not being biased or nothing. Playoffs. Yep. 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 Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. So, didn't think I was gonna do this, but we're doing it. Skylar T. Let's go. So Tua, 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 and Sky. Okay, well, the good thing is that they both only played one, right? So Tua Tagovailoa, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to playoffs, this is how it's do. This is what we do. It. Okay, so Tua Tagovailoa, one game, obviously, 20 completions out of 39, 51.3 completion percentage, 199 yards, one touchdown, one interception, eight first downs, as long as it was 53. His average yards per carry was 10. And obviously, that's going to be the same. And his quarterback rating or passer rating 63.9. Right. Let's go over Skylar Toms in the same playoff game. Let's see. So he had. Let's see here. Seven games. No, see, this is a part that's so not receiving games. Total yards. No, this is showing me. Oh, rushing and wow, I am special, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. Hold on. Why would it rushing and receiving? Oh Lord. Okay, that was that was tough. Let me see if I can find it here. Give me a second. Okay. He played 7 games, so at least he did that. Man, Bravo, da, 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 da. Playoffs. Okay, here. I had to do it this way because for some reason it wasn't for some reason it wasn't showing me the other way. So here you go. Okay. Wild card playoffs. Okay. Obviously we lost. Skylar Thompson. He went 31 of 34. All right. All right. Right? Yeah, 31 of 34. Nope, that was the let's let's see here. Okay, we scored 31, they scored 34. So, my apologies. Let's see here. Total yards, first down. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of hard finding it here, but let's see. Let's see if the box score might give me what I need. 16 overall. What was it? First downs for us. He had 231 yards. Let's see here. Total 189 passing yards. Look at that. Look at that. Even in this. See? Oh, see, I'm learning something new. Okay, so let's go. Let's compare yards. We're going to compare touchdowns. We're going to compare interceptions. Okay, so ECS won because had total yards 199 yards, one touchdown, one interception, right? Easy numbers. Easy numbers, right? And then let's see here. Oh man, this is okay. Got it. I think. Yeah. Yes, I did. Haha. Thank God. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Now with Thompson, man, this took some time. Okay, so Skyler had 220 yards. Okay, one touchdown, two interceptions. Well, that doesn't help. He went 18 of 45. Dang, I didn't know that. See, you learn something new. You see what I mean? Let's just do completion percentage though, because it might be easier. Comp percentage. What is that? Let me get a calculator. 18 of 45. Ooh, 40% completion percentage. Okay. Tua had, let's see here, 51.3 completion percentage. Had Tua. Okay, okay. He went 20 of 39. And Skylar Thompson went 18 of 45. Ooh, look at that. See, I didn't even know. Learn something new every day. Are we counting drops? Or, well, let's see here. No fumbles. Oh, he rushed too? Look at that. Okay. Oh, he got sacked 4 times. I didn't even know that. Look at that. Tua got. Let me see here. Did he get even? Did he even get sacked? He got sacked twice. Okay. Oh wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, I think this kind of tells you that looks like Tua might have had a better game than Skylar Thompson. Look at that. See, I didn't even know. Oh man. Oh, stuff. Now, obviously, these are just the raw numbers. It doesn't really give you, what do you call it? Doesn't really give you what happened in game. Obviously, please. No, no, no. Sounds like Tua had a better game. Yet we only scored 7 points versus 31. Well, I was just gonna get that. 7 points. That offense was able to actually produce versus 31 points. Oof. That almost kind of tells you 51% completion for what? Sorry, I'm just kidding. I mean, they technically both scored one touchdown, if you want to get technical. Um, but this is the thing. How many times did he drive down the ball to put the team in a position to actually score? That is the question. And I think I feel very comfortable in saying, uh, not that much. Not that much. Bills right on the wheels. Let's see here. That's 14. And then we had, there you go. And we made 3 field goals made. 3 field goals made. What is that? 9 points, right? We rushed one in. That's 7. We passed one in. That's 7. That's 14. Plus made 3 field goals. That's 9 points, right? So 14 plus 9, 19. Is my math wrong? Because we did score 31 points. Where are the points missing? Ooh. We want to go drop percentage. Oh, I don't think people can handle this. What would you? Mm. Oh, yeah, it was. Still missing like a touchdown somewhere. Ugh. Where am I missing this touchdown? That's weird. That's a weird one last year. I'm still missing a touchdown. Where the heck could this touchdown be? Oh God, I can't. See, it's crap like that pisses me off. So you can't get the right number. You know what I mean? You can't. You can't even get the right number. Okay, let's go advanced passing. Let me see one last thing real quick because you guys asked me about drops and all that good stuff, right? Okay, let's see what was attributed to drop or what they say the drops were for us in this particular game. Second. Yeah, it doesn't. Dang, man, it's not showing me what I'm looking for. Advanced playoffs. Let's see if it'll show me the numbers for the like all the numbers for plays because I have the numbers for the drops and all of that in the playoffs, but I don't know if it has it here for Tua. So hold on. What's the game log? But that doesn't help me. Playoffs. Okay. Nope. Still doesn't help me. It doesn't have the drops, but I will tell you this. It does show me. Looks like Thompson had 3 drops last season and the last game. So he had 3 drops. I see that right here. Um yeah. Man, this is it's kind of a bummer, I'm not gonna lie. You never want to see that. Mm, that's definitely kind of a bummer for sure. Yeah. I'm not finding it, people. Or am I? Wait, I might have found it. Hold on. Did you guys know Tua has a middle name? Oh my god, he has a middle name. Ha, I guarantee you none of you guys know his middle name. Let me see who's really a Tuanier over here. Uh, actually, color. Oh, you're right. Yeah, Tua did have 6 less attempts than Skyler. So, yeah, you're right. Let's see here. Ha! Flipping found it. Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Oh, thank God Almighty. Oh, man. This was rough. This was a rough one for me. Dang, this was hard, man. This was hard. Mm-mm-mm. But I found it. No, I didn't. Oh, playoff, 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 playoff. Yes, I found it. Oh, yes. Okay, now I can show you guys. Let's go back. Let's add to the stage, people. Thank God, because not gonna lie, I was kind of freaking out because I was like, dang, it's like super sucks. Okay, okay. Which page am I showing? Shoot. Ball card. Okay, so here you see Skylar Thompson, right? He's got 18. or 45, 220. He got 12 first downs, right? When you go to Tua, 20 of 39, 199, 8 first downs. So four less first downs. Skyler, plus for you. Let's go back to Sky. Yep. Let's see here. Oh yeah, he got 106 passing yards after the catch. Okay, look at that. Tua, let's see here. This is in favor in Tua. He only got 90 yards in yak in this game. All right, hey, hey. Tua had 3 drops. His drop percentage was 7.9. Skylar Thompson's drop percentage was 7.3. So zero point 0.3, I guess, percent more in drops Tua had. Skylar had 11 bad throws, and his bad throw percentage was 26.8. Tua had 10 bad throws, 26.3. So is a 0.5% differential in bad throw percentage and one better bad throw than Tua. So Tua technically had slightly better game than Skyler. Tua got pressured 14% of the times. He saw a total of 6 pressures, 2 hits, 2 hurries, 8 blitz, 2 sacks, like we said, right? And he scrambled for 2 and got 7.5 yards. Let's see how our other dude did. 4 sacks, 9 blitz, 4 hurries, 5 hits. So definitely he had a lot more pressures. Even the pressure percentage was higher. He scrambled for 2, but only got 1.5. So I guess the scrambling 2 got him a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, both of them kinda have the same game. Difference is, yeah, dude, color. It was hard to try to find that info, bro. But I got it. Yeah. But somehow, it's interesting. Somehow, with a lesser team, we were able to produce, what is it, 14 more points? No, because I can't do math, apparently. 30 minus 7 is 23. 24 more points. 24 more points we were able to get. Now you're comparing a 7th-round rookie in his first playoff appearance. Let's take that into consideration. Only had played 6 games before, and really wasn't really in 6 games. It was more. What did he play? Oh, this is the game because I had to go over here. Yeah, never mind. Yeah. He only played what? How many games did he play? Technically, start 6 games. I think I saw something like that. So you're telling me that our 5th overall? No. Let me put it this way: our 7th-round rookie in his first ever game in the playoffs, who only played like 5, 6 games in the season, and not even full games either. He only really played like, I think, like 3 full games, and then was in and out of the other ones because of the spotters and whatever. And what were those spotters this season? I feel like they didn't even know. So our seventh round rookie, you mean to tell me he did pretty much the same as our fifth overall pick in his fourth season, third season as a starter? I mean, this is why we bring context, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we bring context. In his 18th straight start, that's true, yeah, because finally getting 18 straight, you know what I mean? This is why we bring context, ladies and gentlemen. And we still, if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing the offense review, the offense end of the season review tomorrow. On Thursday, we're doing the defensive review, end of the season review. But what am I gonna say? You know what? I'm gonna drop the link. I got a few more minutes. Y'all want to talk up here? It's been a long ass show, but I feel like it's an interesting conversation. You know what I mean? Why not? And hopefully people pay attention to this, because maybe it might be what do you call it? Might be very interesting to see. You know what I mean? So you have to take all this into consideration. I'm not. I already conceded that we're not bringing anybody in. I don't understand how many times I have to say that. But anyways, yeah. If you guys want to come up here, I'm just gonna be here for a couple minutes. Feel free, guys. AB, please come up here, man. I'd love to talk to you, dude. Please come up here. This is, hey, what's up, yo? I didn't even see Bobby's in the building. Finstock Sports Network. Good morning, sirs. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Wow, I'm just so focused on this, because we got to bring context to people, so people understand. Um, Interesting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Remember, Skyler played against a healthy Buffalo defense. That is true. And also, too, think about this: the game itself. We were down 17-0 in the first half. Everything was done in the second half of the game. Also, take that into consideration. Oh, what more factors, AB? Please share them. What more factors? I wanna know. I tell you guys all the time. I learn from you guys all the time. I literally learn from you guys all the time. So I'm not saying that he's better or not. I literally just proved how Tua and Skyler pretty much had very similar games. The difference is with Skyler, the offense was able to produce points in this particular setting with less talent on both offense and defense. That's the only real difference. Offensive productivity. There's no other way of putting it except offensive productivity. The ball did move down the field, and we were able to score. Like that's not me putting feelings. That's just literally what happened. Of course, I'm gonna say give Skyler a try. Why would I not want my backup quarterback to get a try? That literally makes no sense. Injury situations, weather. Okay, see, Excuses, excuses, excuses. Is that what we're talking about? You call those factors, I call that excuses. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you. Guys, do me a favor. If you haven't done so already, go to Finstock Sports Network. When you want literally all sports, I'm talking wrestling, I'm talking if curling was a thing year round, these guys will show it to you. They're talking baseball, football, like hockey, whatever, man. Any sports you want to go ahead and go to Finstock Sports Network over there with Bobby Finstock. Come up here, man, if you got a second. Um, not really. He's actually very fair, like me. Wasn't it snowing in Buffalo for that playoff game? Or which one? The Skyler one? It was daytime. Was it snowing? Did it snow? Would I have to see it back again? I'm not sure. I wish I wasn't working. I'd come up. I know, girl. I know. I know. No snow. Yeah, it was definitely super cold, but I don't think it was snow because it was. How am I not being fair? Did I not like? Man, some people gotta wind that wax off and take it out and listen. Active listening. Active listening. That's it. You gotta active listen. I literally said it was pretty much when it comes to both QBs, the production was extremely similar. If anything, you could say Tua did better because Tua had a better completion percentage. He had a better interception number. Yeah, he had 30, what was it, 21 yards less. So Skyler got a little bit more yards than he did in passing. He didn't get as much sacked as Skyler, which is a good thing. Like I don't understand. Like I'm literally like I feel like I don't even know how to not be objective. It's in my nature. Like, but I understand, and this is why I give you the numbers. Football, no feelings. I'm not giving you any feelings. The offense, it is a statistical fact. The offense produced more points last game, last year's playoffs game, than this year. And I think I just realized where my extra points came from. And if this is it, then you know what? I gotta attribute that to them boys. So let's go here. Let's go here because I think, yep, and I was right. Look at that. There are my extra points right there. See, and I was looking for them, like, where did the extra points come? So I give you this. The offense, Skyler scored 7 points, touchdown and PAT. In the offense, we got a passing. This is the offense for last year's game. One passing touchdown, one rushing touchdown, three field goals. What is that? So that's two touchdowns, that's 14 points, plus 9 points equals 23 points in the offense, right? Bear with me. Hold up. Be with me right here, okay? 23 points the offense did last year versus the 7 points the offense did this year. And this is where the extra points came up from. We scored two touchdowns in the defense. That's where my extra 14 points came from. And it just clicked to me right here. Xavier Howard had a touchdown and Baker had a touchdown. So if you want to go offense and offense, you're right. If you want to go quarterback, both quarterbacks got one touchdown. That's true. One quarterback though was still able to put his team in field goal range. One, two, three times. It's part of the offense. One, two, three times. How many times were we in field goal range this playoff game, this season? That's not feelings, dude. That's just straight facts. No feelings. Football, no feelings. And again, take Skylar out of the like. Somebody's hurt by putting Skylar's name. We did not score 14 points against the Bills in that playoff game. The offense scored 24 points versus the Bills. I just literally, again, active listening, people. Active listening. I broke it down even more for you guys. I broke it down even more. Not only did I say the offense scored, I even broke down the offensive score. One rushing touchdown, one passing touchdown, three field goals, aka 24 points in the offense. Then we get the 14 points we got from the defense, making the entire thing 31 points last year. I'm looking at it right here, unless I'm wrong, but this definitely looks like I'm looking at the playoff game. Yeah, playoff game. This is what it's telling me. In the playoff game, exactly who scored the touchdowns. Okay, if I'm congratulations, I'm wrong. Great. I'm only going by what I'm seeing here. This tells me Jerome Baker scored a touchdown and Xavier Howard scored a touchdown. So I guess Howard was the only one that scored a touchdown. Is that what it is? It don't even matter. The offense still scored 24 points. Even if we take away that one touchdown from the defense. I mean, okay. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It's beautiful. I'm wrong. Let me see. This is why I have to share with you guys because I have no problem in being wrong. Hey, man, I make mistakes all the time. You know? It is what it is. See, unlike some people, I can if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. So let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Hey, I mean, it is what it is. And again, people now I love how people are coming in and don't get any of the context. But hey, you guys believe what you want to believe. But let's take a look at this. So, hmm, what game am I in? Wild card Miami at Buffalo. This was this game. Oh no! It was last year's game. Oh, okay, okay. 31-34. Okay, okay. Let's see here. We scored 17 points in the first half, in the second quarter. Okay, so my apologies. I did make one egregious mistake. I meant to say we scored 0 points in the first quarter, 17. We started scoring in the second and on. I thought that we started scoring in the third, so my apologies on that. That I was incorrect in, so I will say that. So 17 points in the second quarter, 7 in the third, 7 in the fourth, right? Okay. 31 points is what we got. Okay. Let's go here because that's the scoring. Oh, let's see here. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Quarter one. Dolphins, Sanders field goal, Sanders field goal, Sanders field goals. Okay. Gesicki pass from Skyler. Okay. And a 2-yard pass. Oh, you're right. With 33 seconds. Ooh. Holy smokes. Okay. 17, 17. So you mean to tell me our seventh round rookie quarterback got us in range for three field goals and a touchdown and a 2 point conversion to get it to 17. Cool, man. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, let's see here. And then, see, right here, Mother Blippy McDaniel. This should have never happened. This should, because it's the difference. You see what I mean? It's a difference. With 4 seconds left, they kicked the field goal. But let's continue. Okay, so you're right. I don't see. Then we get a 5 yard fumble return. Okay, hey, that's the other one. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And then here's the rushing touchdown. Okay, perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. There you go. Now, so in case you were wondering why I said what I said, because obviously context and all, freaking new. Who knew? Let's go into passing, rushing. Where is it? Receiving. No, no, no. Defense. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Then my bad. I read that wrong. My apologies. I read this wrong. Receiving touchdown allowed. So X and Baker allowed a touchdown. So there you go. Yeah, I stand corrected. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that. See, I tell you guys all the time. I learn from everybody. I have no problem in admitting when I'm wrong. I was wrong. So there you go. So you mean to tell me that our seventh round rookie QB in field goal range? One, two, three. All within. Holy smokes. Hold up. In 7 minutes? In 7 minutes? Oof. What's wrong? How was I wrong about Watson? I don't. I can't. Well, are we really doing this? Doing what, Jermaine? Oh, I'm sorry. Are playoff games not important? Oh, you know what? I can't even believe I gotta ask this question. Are playoff games important? This I'm asking a serious question because apparently they're not. Apparently they're not. According to some people, are playoff games important? Is this really what we're saying? Let's pull up Watson's numbers, but you don't want that. Why would I pull his numbers? He didn't even play the season. Like that literally makes no sense. Like I don't get it. Like exactly. He's not even. Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate you, buddy. He ain't even our quarterback. I'm talking about our quarterbacks in two playoff games. We've had two back-to-back playoff games, right? Two back-to-back playoff seasons that we have to attribute to. I mean, what do you call it? To an organization that's turning it around from a rebuild. We're in year five of a rebuild, and we were able to have four straight. I know, Bobby, but it's okay. Four straight, not one, not two, not three, but four straight winning seasons, ladies and gentlemen. People don't think about that. People don't think about that. Four, four straight winning seasons. You know what I mean? That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Apparently, oh my God. I cannot believe this. 54% of you guys don't believe playoff games are important? Is this really what we're talking about? I can't even take you guys serious. I can't even take you guys serious. Who the hell is saying playoff games are important? Wow. Wow. Y'all are funny. This is funny. Thi- This is funny. Do you have a personal issue? I have to ask. Do you have a personal issue? And this goes for everybody. Do you hold, like, does it hurt? Does it truly hurt? If it does, listen, I don't wanna, I don't wanna cause you pain. You know what I mean? If this talk right here to compare out, you matter, and I don't want you to uh, um can. So please. That's a rhetorical question. That was not. Some people don't think that playoff games are important. No, well, level two new. Then I guess you don't think playoff games are important. You and whoever else said no to playoff games. I can at least think one person thinks that's they're not important. Well, no. Apparently, people do think that playoff games aren't important. People really do think playoff games are important. Like, I don't get it. I really don't get it. They think it's context to look at a player's playoff game. Is it not context though? I don't get it. I see you in the back. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. Okay, so don't still stay there. What's up, Chef G? Welcome. But really, it's not context. I mean, we are doing end of the season. Oh, okay. Okay. Uh, Great. Nobody said, let's see, and you want to talk about mud bones? Oh, this was about mud bones. Okay. Dan Marino only put up 20 points in his first playoff game, so Skyler is better than Dan Marino? Why would I even say that? Did I say Skyler is better than Dan Marino? No. Did I even say Skyler was better than Tua? Please, somebody tell me when I said Skyler was better than Tua. I will admit to this, though. I did say I think Skyler had a much better game than Tua. I did say that. It's not even a question. I remember saying that vividly. And I quote myself, Skyler had a much better playoff game than Tua. I don't know. 31-7. 31-7. Am I off by saying that? 31-7? 24? 24-7? 24-7? I get it. Am I off by saying that? Again, I don't blaspheme by comparing anybody to Dan Marino because that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Why would you even compare to Dan Marino? No, no comparison. Please stop. Please stop. Like, I'm so. Dang you, Michelle. Dang you for an opening up. And you know what? This is for entertainment purposes, people. I'm enjoying this. Oh, I'm enjoying this. You would think people actually watch the show who are here every single day. Like, haven't I not conceded since last season that Tua Tagovailoa is going to be our quarterback no matter what? Yeah, I'm pretty much I said it like last week too. I just literally went through an entire show for 2 hours to show you guys that hey, Tua, I mean, based on numbers, he's a guy. He's our guy. Is he our guy to get us through and get us to where we need to, the promised line? No. Numbers don't show us that. They don't. You can't go 1-5 in playoff type games. Or playoff caliber games. You can't. You can't go 1-5. It's not gonna get you. It's not gonna get you nowhere. But give me a second, dude. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. But yeah, G at work. Thanks for getting me through. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying this. You know what I mean? I saw Marino at Pitt. Don't disrespect that man. What's up, Greg? How you doing? Um, and again, this is why people are triggered. I'm gonna have to get like a Skylar triggered, like image or something because literally not once have I said replace Tua with nobody. I keep trying to tell people stop trying to look for quarterbacks. They're not gonna do nothing. Like this is a fact. I do not believe personally, me, Miss Phins, and I've said this multiple times, that the Dolphins are gonna do anything when it comes to getting a new quarterback. I don't know. And I'm trying to like smooth you guys into this fact, guys. I'm trying to smooth you in. What's up, Bobby? I see you, man. Good morning, Chef Drew. How y'all doing? Yeah, I appreciate you, man. But you can't tell me offenses didn't perform differently with less talent. I might add too. With less talent, the offense performed differently. Although, again, I concede they both had one passing touchdown. Tua had one less interception. His completion percentage was better. Skyler's was 40%. That's not good at all. Tua's us 51.3. Like I'm literally conceding to the fact that as a quarterback, I see the numbers are very similar. However, the offense did move with Skyler. It didn't move with Tua. Please feel free to watch the game. I don't want to watch the game. Watch the game. I'm not saying give Skyler the reins, not at all. Unless Tua decides to, if they tell him we're not going to do a contract now and he wants to sit out and whatever, by all means, sit out. You know what I mean? Sit out, earn, get your money. You know what I mean? Get your money. I'm all for players getting their money. Because at the end of the day, look, Dolphins, this is football talk right now. Them contracts, the only money that matters is guaranteed money. All that extra fluff don't mean jack. You could have a $600 million contract. If they only give you $60 million guaranteed, your contract is a $60 million contract, ladies and gentlemen. Because just as quickly as you can be in a team, just as quickly as they can take you out. So, oh yeah, that don't even matter. That don't even matter. Jermaine, I'm not even having that conversation, but apparently some people think they are. Exactly. Acquisition got it. QBs don't take discounts, especially nowadays. Everybody's trying to get paid. Get your money. And I don't even want to draft a quarterback. I don't think anybody's going to be where anybody that's useful is going to be where we're going to be picking at. So forget it. Let's just get positions we need, like middle linebacker. Let's get a tackle. Let's get a guard. You know what I mean? A center. Those are positions I want to draft. I don't even want to draft a quarterback. We already got quarterbacks. Like, but the question was asked and I answered the question. Like, it is what it is. At the end of the day, I can't change the numbers how much I may feel like wanting to change the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. Numbers don't change. These are the numbers. And the numbers say the offense moved much better in that game than they did in this game this year. That's all I'm saying. The offense still scored 23 times more points. So it is what it is. What up, my man? How you doing?
Pretty good, Miss Vince. How you doing? You don't
Oh,
gotta you don't gotta answer these stupid straw man arguments. They're totally
no, no, no,
straw
no, no,
manning
no,
you,
no, no,
Miss
no, no.
Vince.
Stop, stop, stop.
Nobody ever said,
I
first of all,
love,
nobody ever
I
said
love,
Skyler was
I
better than
love
Tua.
all this.
Nobody ever said Skyler was the guy. Okay,
No,
first
not
of
even
all,
close. I
I
want
don't
him to
even like
beat
the
Arnett
guy's
more.
name. I don't think he'll ever be in the Hall of Fame because a name like Skyler is not a football name. Okay,
But what
what
about Joe
what you-
Mixon?
what they fail to realize it has never been about talking about who is the guy. It's about talking about who is not the guy.
Mm,
But they'll
I see
never
what you
get
mean.
that. They're just going to straw man you to the ends of the earth and never and
Oh no,
refuse
I
to hear
love
what
it.
you're
Well,
saying anyway.
I mean,
I've already said it all before, but they'll still put words into both of our mouths, so it really doesn't matter. You know,
well, I
like
mean,
for instance,
my words are
uh, for
recorded, so
instance, for instance, he's trying to turn it around on you, calling it different situations. That's why they brought up Dan Marino, right? But they're trying to say that it's a different situation from 1 year to the next. We're talking about a separation of, you know, 12, 12 months as opposed to 15 years or 30 years.
30
You know
years.
what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
I was gonna say 30
no,
years.
no. Okay. The opponents were similar. The conditions were similar. Okay. The team is the
Hold up.
same.
It was technically a little bit colder this time around.
Okay, fine, but Skyler grew
You
up in
know,
that weather, so that knocks that right off anyway. You know what I mean? He'd have been
it did.
fine in that weather. Okay,
True.
75% chance he's perfectly fine in that weather. So we don't deal in absolutes. Okay, but it has nothing to do with trying to prop up Skyler. I don't want our QB3 to be our best quarterback on the team either.
That would be horrible. That would be bad.
But that's the straw
But I
man.
still want to. I still want to develop him if I still got him,
But
and
that's
there's
the
nobody
straw man.
viable in the
But that's
draft.
the straw man. That's the easy argument to shoot down. See, what a straw man argument is when somebody says you said something or argues something you're not arguing because it's easier to shoot down. We never said Skyler was the guy or that guy.
Mm,
Because see, by saying that we said that, it's an easier argument to knock down. Of course, Skyler's not the guy. You'd have to be an idiot to think he's the guy. Well, nobody ever
no, some
said
people
that.
can
That's
think.
the straw
Some
man.
people can think that, and that's their prerogative. All I'm showing you is just the numbers. That's
I
it.
mean, it's,
And I'm what
it's,
keeps with the numbers.
and to sit here and be like, oh, not providing context. She's precisely providing context. The guy had four more intended air yards per throw under almost twice as much pressure. What, 15% more pressure.
Mm.
I mean,
But it is what it
seriously.
is. It's okay. But
You know,
this is why. Hey, I
I
don't
just don't
see.
understand
So
the
for
need.
me,
I don't understand the need
is
to knock down a guy to be able to bring up another one because all you're doing is
it's
telling
one
me that
word.
both
It's one word.
look, level 2 noob is the only one being fair. Okay? Because level 2 noob and I agree on one thing. We're
What?
talking about two trash quarterbacks. The
Oh
fact that we have
gosh,
the
that's
ability,
funny.
to split hairs between our QB1 and our QB3 is pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. And it's not
Oh
pathetic for
god.
us fans. It's pathetic that we have the ability to split those hairs. We shouldn't even be splitting hairs between Skyler and Tua. It should be clear. That's the part they don't want to steal, man. Okay?
Yeah.
It should be
Yeah.
clear. Fourth
It's
season in the NFL compared to 3 games.
yeah, a rookie season.
Seventh round rookie compared to fifth overall pick.
Those are
While
things
we
that
while we
are.
just watched two while we just watched two first overall picks that have been considered trash, that have been we've been told were trash compared to Tua. We just watched them battle it out in a divisional playoff game.
Oh, Baker and golf.
Yeah, but
Oh,
those guys are trash compared to Tua because those guys have been options as well.
hmm. Hey,
I mean,
listen,
if they're not on their original team, which means they were an
they're not.
option at one point too.
Yeah, yeah, they're not. But look, at the
I
end of the
mean,
day,
we
it
pass
is
up
what
guy
it is.
after guy, and then we're going to sit here and split hairs between our QB1 and QB3. I think it's hilarious. And yes, I do think Skyler is better than Tua. He has already reached Tua's ceiling as a seventh round rookie in his first season.
I don't know that. I'm not saying that, but
Every
hey, I don't.
bit of
If
that
that's
stat
your
line,
prerogative,
every bit of those
if
two
that's your
stat lines,
prerogative,
Miss Fins, every bit of those two stat
if
lines
that's
tells
your
me one thing.
prerogative, then
Skyler
that's
moved the
you.
ball more than Tua did.
Now
Period.
that I will say, you can't deny that because he put us into position to get not
The
one but
first
two, but
down
three
percentage alone.
field goals.
Look at the first down percentages.
That I will say.
That's striking. Skyler 24.5, Tua 19.5. That's literally how much you're moving the ball down the field, how much you're holding on to the ball and moving the chains.
Hmm.
Stat after stat, and we're talking about a QB1 compared to a QB3. That is pathetic that we're even talking about paying this man money. It's pathetic. Has nothing to do with how good Skyler is. That's the part they don't get. That's the straw man. Has
Again,
nothing to do with how good or bad Skyler is or how much
Give me a
potential he
second,
has.
real quick, color. Because I feel like I've said this consistently for the last 2 years. I want Skyler to be our Matt Moore. You remember Matt Moore, right? My favorite backup quarterback. I want him to be our backup quarterback for the next 10 years.
I think that's what Mike McDaniel wants too.
To me,
I think he
he's
envisions.
a very comfortable backup quarterback.
Well, I
To
said this
me, he can
yesterday in
run
your
the
chat.
system.
I think that Mike McDaniel envisioned like a Doug Peterson or Frank Reich pathway for Skyler in the league. That's what I think
What's
he envisioned.
what's wrong with that? To
A
have a
solid,
very solid
solid
backup
backup that
quarterback, you want
a
that.
solid backup that the coach carries with him his whole career. You know what I
Heck
mean?
yeah.
Like Doug
That's what I
Peterson,
want. And
like
I've said
Frank
that
Reich.
consistently.
And they both became coaches, albeit one more successful than the other.
See, the reason why I'm not
That's
answering
the
you
Dolphin
ADHD
one,
is
by the way.
because
That's the
you
Dolphin one
should
that's more
already know the
successful.
answer to that.
Miss Vince.
And if
Did I
you say
did I
one, if you assume,
can you hear me?
color. If you assume
All
one thing,
right.
I can hear you. One color. If you assume the answer to that and you don't know the answer to that, then you know what? Then it just goes to show that you have your own personal narrative, and there's nothing I can do about that. Because if you're a Misfits fan, you should already know the answer to that question. That's the part that and you're here every day, bro. You should already know the answer to that question. You should already know the answer to that question. Are you
AB
kidding me?
is asking you if you think that two is
If it
trash,
was
like
trash.
I said.
How many
He
times have I said? How many
no,
times
but
have I answered that question? No, 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 color.
but
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
I don't even know why you're answering it.
No, 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 no. Because I'm gonna say it this way. Has he played trash? Heck yeah, he's played trash. Absolutely, he's played trash. I
The
never
point
called
I'm
him
saying
trash
is
though.
I don't even know why you're answering it.
I'm
I would
answering because
simply answer it as yes, two is trash. I mean, what? Just simply because the guy
that's fine.
asked.
That's your opinion. I
No,
don't
no,
think
no.
he
You
was
don't
trash,
understand, Miss Fins, what I'm
but
trying to
he's
say.
played like
I'm
trash.
putting my
That
opinion
is
aside and just answering it the way the little wants to me to
color.
answer it. Okay? It has nothing to do with what my actual opinion is. I'm trying to illustrate a point that this person is just sick, Miss Fins,
I
and is
know what you're
dragging
trying
your
to
show
say.
down.
I get that. Hey, you know what? I don't mind going blow for blow because there's certain things I can do.
I'm just saying,
You know what
it's
I mean?
dragging it down.
There's
He
certain things I can.
degrades every
There's
chat
certain
that
things
he's
I can do.
in.
There's certain things I can do. What's up, interesting? How you doing? Welcome. I was about to go, man, but I can't hear
You
you.
can.
Can you?
I can hear me now.
Hold on. Sorry, it's just because you always talk low and it's hard for me to hear. Let me raise my volume real quick. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Color. Hi, how are
There
you,
you go.
sir? I just
Not
wanna.
Number
well,
one fan,
not
by the
well,
way.
actually.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better. You really think that you said, and I might be messing this up. You said Skylar has already reached to a ceiling.
Yes, that's what I said.
Like, do you honestly believe that, or are you just like
Yes, I
trolling?
honestly believe that. Am I dumb?
I think
All
everybody's
right. Well,
entitled to their own
well,
opinion.
I'm
To
I'm
each
just
their
I'm
own.
just ask I'm just asking a question because I didn't know if you were being serious or if you were just trying to troll the people in the
No,
chat.
I'm not a troll, and I don't troll. That's the part people don't get about me.
Yeah, he doesn't
You
troll.
you you, you seem
I
highly
suck at
upset,
trolling, so
color.
I don't even do it.
You seem like I'm not here to
It's okay.
attack that. I just wanted to clarify, like that's what you actually meant. That's all.
Yes, and I've spent time and effort researching and evidencing my position. And I'm tired of being ridiculed for it, to be honest with you.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
not here to ridicule you. I'm not here to ridicule the point. I'm not here to argue the
No, I'm
point.
not saying you are,
Yeah,
but you
yeah.
do seem surprised by my answer. After we just spent here the
Again,
last 45 minutes illustrating and evidencing what we're saying.
as far as again everybody's opinion, everybody
When
is
AB wants
entitled.
to do the work and come up here and explain why he wants to all his straw man points, okay, instead of following me all around YouTube acting that way, then maybe I wouldn't be so apprehensive to people. When everybody sits here in glad hands and what's up, AB?
What's up, Crypto? Mark, give me a second. I'm gonna bring you in a
Good
second,
good
okay?
morning, good
Shout
morning,
out
Miss
mental
Phins.
health.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Miss Phins. Thanks for having me up.
Good morning.
Hey,
Hmm.
hey, Miss Phins, I gotta ask this question. Hey, hey, who do we play next week, and how do we beat our opponents, upcoming opponent?
Oh, oh, wait a minute. I see what you did. We're not in the playoffs anymore, man. Unfortunately.
I just have to ask that question for the next 30 days. I'm still in shock.
Yeah, the Super Bowl is in 3 weeks. In 3 weeks,
O-
guys. Can you believe that? In
Okay, in
3 weeks, we're gonna have.
21 days.
Yeah, that's intense, man. But I'll tell you this. When I'll tell you this. I just personally, and thank you, Michelle.
There's a reason we're
I
not going to be
probably should have not.
participating in this year's Super Bowl.
eh, I get it because we lost, but there's a reason why I didn't even want to answer that question, Michelle, and I blame you, ma'am. And I should have just said, you know what, I'm not gonna bring that
But
up, but I did.
why does everybody have to? I mean, again,
No, Michelle had I didn't even know the number, so
wow,
that's why I didn't even.
wow,
That's why I
so
did it for
weak.
me.
This fan base is so weak.
Hold up, color. Michelle asked a legitimate question that I had, but I wasn't gonna do the research because I was like, whatever. I didn't really care. And then she's like, well, wait, let's compare both of them. And I was like, okay, well, let's see both. And Vincent was like, watch out. And then that's when I come out like, wait a minute. Okay, so Tua only really had 21 less yards than
I have no
Skylar.
idea
Okay.
why you should have to explain yourself. I really
I'm not
don't.
explaining myself. I don't think you're
Uh,
hearing me. Active listening, color. Hold on.
Wait a minute, he
I
said
said
21 less yards. Ain't they
I
out there
didn't.
bragging that Tua had 13 more
I
yards against the Chiefs than Josh Allen, even though he had 3 more touchdowns?
I personally didn't know the difference between the Skylar game and the Tua game in the playoffs. So I was interested for me and Michelle because she didn't know. I was like, you know what? Let's learn together. So that had nothing to do with AB. This is Michelle and I, and we, as I learned, and Level 2 News, shout out to Level 2 News, he corrected me on a few things that I thought that I was reading, I was misreading, but I actually learned and I got it corrected. And we learned and we broke it down, each different point between yards, touchdown, interception, completion percentage. I didn't even know how it ended up being between both games. I wanted to know from me and Michelle because she asked, and then anybody else that wanted to. And that's how that veered off. And then obviously, whatever.
I just don't
But at the
understand
end
why
of the day,
why everybody glad hands somebody that does nothing but insult people when they bring up the topic. I really don't. I mean, it's
I'm not even talking
incessant.
about AB. Did you not just hear me what I said?
Yeah, I
I
did hear
literally
what
just
you
said,
said.
are you sure? Because I literally just said that Michelle asked me the
I
question
understand that. So why are we sitting here watching AB and going back and forth with him for the last 20 minutes?
because I chose to.
And I'm just asking why you felt the need to do that.
Because I wanted to. Just like
Okay.
I could choose to block him and I could choose not to do it. I chose to do it and get into the ring. Whatever, I didn't care. That
Right.
was
And
my
he's
choice.
bringing up my name. So do you think that so should I just leave then?
No, you could stay.
Because he's insulting me, Miss Phins. In your discussion with him, he's insulting me.
I don't know how when he was talking to
Do
me.
you not see my name in chat?
I see your name now in chat.
What did I miss? Can I clarify something? The only reason why I said be careful was because I knew that the numbers were comparable. Like
Similar?
it was similar, comparable, and like the
Yeah.
fact that we thought that Skylar had this world beater game. Like Tua played against a Super Bowl caliber defense. Buffalo struggles to get out of the divisional round. One. And then two, if you want to compare their performances, I would say compare them against the same defense. Like compare Tua's numbers that year against Buffalo versus Skylar's number against Buffalo. It's two different defenses. It's two different schemes and
Buffalo
stuff.
was a
Like
top 5 defense last year.
Yeah,
absolutely,
I
but
was
what
going
I'm
to
saying,
They
but
were in the
say,
top
but
5 last
there's a
year.
yeah, they were top five, but there's a difference between going up against Kansas City versus going up against Buffalo, an opponent that you're familiar with.
but they were both top five, though. They were both top
But
five, so
still
I don't
tough.
see the difference in that.
Yes, they're
Yeah.
still tough, but they're still
Yeah, and
different.
I
Skyler was
They're
off the
still, but they're
bench.
still different.
They're different. To who? Tua.
Different personnel,
To Skyler, they're both
everything.
different. He's off the bench
Exactly. So what I'm saying is,
with no support from his coaching staff.
if you want to compare the numbers, compare it against like data. Like right, we don't compare like I
That's the
mean like
closest like data you get. Playoff situation
Exactly.
against a top 5
but
And
it's
defense.
two
Yeah,
different
and
playoff.
teams.
again,
Yeah.
It's two different
again,
teams.
again,
It's two
Finsanity.
different
We're
two different
talking about a
defenses.
7th-round rookie in his 4th game ever, compared to a 18th straight game from a veteran 4-year quarterback who was a 5th overall pick. I'm sorry.
That's the
There's no
difference. That's
comparison.
where the difference is. So it's you have two different games, right? Where some would say, okay, maybe the teams were very similar, even though last year's team was technically not because we have a much better team than we did last year. And this
Right.
team
Versus
was
somebody
like
coming
last
in
year's
cold turkey off the bench to play against a top 5 defense in a playoff atmosphere versus somebody who had 18 games in a row under their belt who's playing against another top 5 defense that's a higher pick in a draft. It shouldn't be comparable.
Who's already played that
It should
three-team
be a chasm.
twice.
Yeah, I get that.
Right. He already
Let me
played the Kansas City Chiefs earlier in the season too.
He's had 21 points in 2 games against the Chiefs.
yeah. But give me a second because I want to
Skyler led us
introduce
to
somebody that
24 points in one game against the Bills.
let me bring up one
One game versus 3 combined.
one look, Mark, if I bring you up here, I'm telling you right now, I'm sending up around, I will put you back
That's an
on
interesting
stage
start thing there. When you add the
because
2 combined games against the Chiefs, the total
we need to
points,
move it
it's
over.
still 3 points less than the total points against the Bills in the playoff atmosphere.
That is true. Now, Mark,
And it
keeping
That
your
is an
makes it worse.
irrelevant, pointless conversation to have. Von Joe's right. It's irrelevant
Von
and
Joe's
pointless.
right.
It absolutely is. The only point that is to be made is the one that I've been making, not the one everybody's been strawmanning me on. The one I've been making is we're about to pay $50 million to a guy that is no better than his QB3.
Good morning,
That's
everyone.
What's
that's
up,
I'm
Mark?
keeping up
not
with the
Good
gonna
Jones.
morning.
That's what you call
I'm
keeping
not
up with
gonna
the
denigrate
Joneses,
here.
color. Paying the man so
I'm
they
not gonna
can.
make any. Let me
One
finish,
second, Chris.
please. I'm not gonna denigrate here,
Go
and I'll be
ahead.
off the line very, very quickly. But here it is. Right now, where it stands is you've got a decision to make on a guy who's making $10 million last year, and a guy, if you play on his 5th-year contract, is going to go up to $23 million and change. Right now, your salary cap is at negative 42, with 46 players on your roster. If you do sign Tua, or if you just play Tua on his 5th-year option, that's going to bring your salary cap obligations to $55 million before you start having to make cuts and moves and all the things that you do, which is going to significantly inhibit your free agency. If you do, your other choice is to pay Tua market level contract right around the Daniel Jones number, and I don't think his agent is going to really want him to play on a 5th-year option where he has the possibility of being hurt. So you have a quandary. That's my point. How do you deal with that quandary? Do you pay and exacerbate your salary cap situation, or do you extend this man who has not really proven anything, in my opinion, and that is just what it is. It is my opinion. A significant amount of money to lower the salary cap hit to try to maintain some level of team performance in 2024. I'll be glad to jump offline and let somebody else in. I'd love to hear your opinions, and thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you. Um, so let me
Well,
answer that real quick
maybe
because I wanna say this, and I think that that's actually a pretty good point. Being that we are doing our end of the season review of Tua. Thank you very much, guys, for coming back to the end of the season review with me because a lot of you guys came back. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got a great panel up here.
quick
Shout
question,
out
Miss
to all
Phins.
of the members. Hold up, because he just asked a question though. So let me answer that real quick because my answer is so easy. His agent is not gonna want to let him play on a 5th-year option, which is true. Us, in that case, based on the trajectory of what the team has been, in my opinion, I think this team is going to extend him this offseason. I don't think they should, but I think they will. That's just how I see it. Now, again, I don't think they should, but I think they will, especially because I don't think they want him to sit out that 5th year. It would be in his best interest if he were to go ahead and again show that he can do all this and take us far into the playoffs and then ask for even more money. But if his agents are smart, no, you don't let him play in that 5th-year option and then get injured and devalue your quarterback. Go ahead, Crypto. What was your question?
No, I was going to say letting him play on the 5th-year option doesn't hinder his weapons on offense or anything like that. If you could play on the 5th year, if you're really the guy, you could play whatever losses or whatever and get supplement whatever you lose in free agency. It's not that drastic of a difference because our defense, minus the players we had that showed in the Kansas City game, that if you keep up on offense, you shouldn't have to have elite stars on defense in order to stay in a game. So I'll say no. Don't try to keep up with the Joneses just to make his fan base feel good and amongst his peers that's about to get paid like the Jordan Loves of the world. Just freaking let him earn it in this fifth year and let him earn it. Don't reward non-participation deep by not having deep runs in the playoffs.
Could I also add to that, Miss Finns, really quick? Just that,
Go ahead.
we
We need to
saw in
stop
the
keeping
Jets.
up with the Joneses just to make
Well,
placate to a certain section of the fan base.
we saw
I get it.
against the Jets a really good defense, and I backed Tua up for this because people say, "Oh, the Jets defense quit." No, they didn't. They're still to this day ranked third in efficiency at the end of the season, so they didn't quit.
I don't
And
know why people think that.
that efficiency number takes into account bad offenses. In other words, on their team, the fact that their offense don't help them none. Okay,
Yeah.
so Tua still hung 30 points on a top 5 defense. Okay, it's not as
I know.
without
I was
Tyreek Hill
dreaming
on the
about it.
field. Without Tyreek Hill on the field. So I don't know why there's this notion that Tua, if he, like Crypto said, if he is the guy, can't get it done, while losing some of that star power.
Well, the problem is a lot of people quietly don't believe he can over a long extended period of time because that's a one game. That was a one-off. What you talking
Right,
about against the
right. Well,
Jets?
that's the
They
thing,
deep down
Crypto.
inside don't
But
believe it.
there,
They think he has to have all these weapons
right,
to
but there's the
maintain that.
evidence. But there's the evidence of the Jets. So we have to be honest and say, okay, to me, okay, prove you can do that again because you're going to have to because we're going to make you play on the 5th year to prove it. And if that costs us a little extra money and that takes one of those guys off the field, then look, show us you can do that anyway because you already showed us you could.
It won't take Tyreek or Jalen Waddle or Mostert or none of the other guys on offense off the field, so it shouldn't even matter, to be honest.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I appreciate both of you gentlemen answering the question.
If you
Fitzenny,
if
I want to get
if
your
you
points
if you if you
on this.
got figured out, then that means you got figured out by the time the middle of in the end of the season happened, like it always have over the last couple of years. Then you need somebody that can get you to that next level.
This true. So, Fitzenity, go ahead and answer that because I wanna bring on one point here real quick
Answer what exactly?
of what being that the team is in this conundrum, if you will, of playing the 5th year or paying him. Which one do you think he's gonna end up? It's gonna end up happening. I'm gonna have an entire show on this, guys, when I break down contracts and all that, and one
Okay.
specific just for Tua. But figure why not? Okay, since we are doing the end of the season review, why not?
I think it's the
Can't hear you.
organization's job. Can you hear me now? Sorry. Can
Hey, you
you hear
gotta
me
go
now?
up. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't speak loud
No, no, no.
anymore
I know. I know.
because
You're
it
good.
gets
You're good.
misconstrued as yelling. Um, I think it's the organization's job to try to get that 5th year option out of him, but we know it's not going to happen. It shouldn't happen if his agents do their job. I don't know
Hmm.
what the number is going to be. I'm pretty sure that what the organization thinks he's worth and what his agent thinks he's worth are not are not even close or similar. Um, but two people have to do two different jobs. If they honestly want Tua to be the quarterback going forward, then they're going to have to bend a little bit on that number to secure him. Because who's to say that this doesn't become messy? But as far as for me personally, I think that if the organization is being honest and they are 100% sold that they want to, as they said, for the foreseeable future, I don't know how far Greer can see into the future, but we'll see. Then instead of us having to, squabble about the number and all that, just go ahead, get it done once it can get done. Go to the table, figure it out, so we're not in this mess of a holdout or whatever. Because we've already dealt with enough drama and stuff, and we don't need to keep having these narratives and these storylines. If he's going to be your guy, pay him, make him your guy. If not, then either move on or figure something out. But at this point, It's all nonsense, really, and it's just more unnecessary stuff. The fact that we have to debate about what he's worth or if we should even
Yeah.
pay him just shows that where we are at currently as a fan base. And let me preface this by saying, as a fan base, about how we feel about him. The organization is saying they feel a particular way. If that's how you truly feel, then stop all this nonsense and go out there and do what you got to do and put this stuff to bed. And that's, to me, what's going to really show. If you really think he's a guy, you shouldn't be trying to make him pay on the figure option. You should be trying to lock him up and secure that, and then figure out what other moves you need to make around him going forward. If not, if you're not 100% sold, stop selling this BS to us so we can stop, having these spirited debates amongst ourselves about what it really is. And that's all I got to
That's a
say.
great point, Vinsanity. If there was a question about worth or value, it would have been like, I don't know. I guess they were still waiting to see if he could go all 17 games, but I think by the 13th game, it was pretty apparent that he was going to make it.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, and they wasn't going to ink nothing in. It had to be beyond the 17 game. It had to be evidence
right,
that you can move us deep in the playoffs.
all
It
right,
had to be something
and
else that's tangible that
right
they was looking for.
beyond the injury concern. I mean, they should feel no different this year than they did about him last offseason.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he know the narratives, and I mean, some of us have felt that in key situation and key moments that, it kind of seemed like they were trying to put the ball in his hands and see what he could do against, upper echelon teams and stuff. I thought I said it. It's very ironic that we went up against the top three quarterbacks in the AFC to end our season, and I don't think in any particular game we were moved um,
By his
by his
performance.
play, by his play, by the team's play, as a whole, by the play call, and just the execution of everything, right? So I know that they've seen that, and I mean it's an interesting conversation to have. I mean, I personally don't think they're 100% sold, and I think that for them there are some more things to be proven, but I don't know if they have the balls to just come out and say that. I think that there's already been enough
The
damage.
gumption,
I don't
the
I don't think I
strength,
don't I don't think
the
See,
I don't
conviction.
to me, that's the
it's
confusing part,
yeah.
Insanity, is that they have the leverage to find out. I mean, it's not as if people act like 23, like if we can cover, like whatever we would do to restructure so that we don't eat that 23 million, is that going to really fix a negative cap problem? I mean, we're going to obviously have to do other things still to get afloat. So it's just weird to me. It's if I were to add the business aspect and say that it's just raw numbers and raw business from Chris Greer's standpoint, then that's when it starts to make sense. But if we're making, I mean, then that just suggests that we're not really about winning. We're just about protecting ourselves long enough till the whole thing falls in our lap one day. Well, we've waited 35 years for that to happen.
I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope all of you guys go back because it's the first 2 hours of the show. I did a full breakdown in detail of Tua Tagovailoa and the end of the season review because that's the whole point of this show today. But I even broke down, guys, the big time the big time games in the season. He had three in the first half, three in the second half, and he pretty much played exactly the same in all six. So I broke everything down in those three games. So you guys go ahead and go back to it and go watch the show because I
Yeah, I
appreciate
have
it.
to watch the first couple of
Um,
hours. I missed that part.
Yeah, but we went through everything. We even did a QB comparison between Allen and Hertz and their six-time big time games as well. So that way, we're kind of having an overall view of Tua, and then I gave you guys my grade of the first half of the season, the second half of the season, and then putting those two together, what my overall grade was. So go ahead and watch the first half of the show this show because it was definitely very detailed. I worked hard on it, so I appreciate you guys. But I will say this: I got one last question for you guys because I want to get out of here. Um, is Josh Allen overrated? Yes or no?
I don't think he is. I think he has the
You don't
appropriate
think?
rating.
You think he does? I mean, they keep saying
Because
he's a
there's
top
just
five
enough people that don't
quarterback.
like him that don't think he is good as do like him. That think he's good in the media.
He
I think
literally
he's
sounds like
accurately
Tua then.
rated overall.
Really?
I mean, the only
What about you,
person that
Keller?
overrates him is the only person that overrates him is Tony Romo. That's the only person in the world. Everybody else rate him accordingly.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but that oh snap. The love that man has for him, like it is beyond
Yeah.
measure.
And I think it is so overwhelming by him that everybody think as a whole that he's overrated in general because of Tony Romo's weight on how he overrates him. This tips the
He
scale.
could be talking about what is it? Well, he could be doing the game for Minnesota and Tampa Bay, and somehow managed to get Josh Allen into the conversation. It's unreal how that man does it.
Right.
Like I just don't, like oh god, it's hilarious. I just saw somebody post that in social media. I was like, oh, that's an interesting, interesting look. But look, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, this is the end of the season. It's not the off season. Off season is after Super Bowl, and I will contest. I will fight tooth and nail with anybody that wants to argue with me. It is what it is. We're no longer in season, but it is what do you call it? It
Off
is
season for us.
it's the end of the season for us, but it's not the off season technically yet. Okay, so until the Super Bowl is done that Monday, then that's the start of off season for me, in my opinion, personally. But any thoughts, guys? I wanna get your thoughts, your final thoughts here, because we're gonna have this conversation all off season, guys. Should they do it? Should they not do it? How quickly should they do it?
Now,
What guys are they gonna bring in?
Miss Vince, did you mention that one last game that Tannehill played and looked at Tannehill's year four numbers? He had 4,000 yard season, a 2 for 1 quarterback touchdown interception ratio, and a fairly high completion percentage in his fourth year. So while we saying best quarterback since
Wait,
Marino,
say
how
that
about
again,
best
because I
quarterback
you
since
were breaking up.
Tannehill?
You were breaking up.
No, they're like to do the numbers Tua versus the other 1,000 quarterbacks since Marino, but they conveniently skip over Fiedler and Tannehill. But Tannehill
Oh,
year four numbers is just as comparable of Tua's year four numbers, adding that Tua had a 17th game and Tannehill didn't. So I
you
wonder why
know,
that always gets overlooked.
I like that. You know what? See, I'm telling you guys, I learn from you guys all the time. I
So
didn't
it should be
even
best quarterback since Ryan Tannehill. Should be the
best
phraseology that people
quarterback
use.
since Ryan Tannehill. You're right because he's technically the last quarterback that we had prior to Tua, obviously, and it makes no sense because we have about 7,300
Yep,
quarterbacks
and we
after
extended him
Dan
with a
Marino.
big contract in his fourth year too.
And you know what? It stands to say that it would be the most comparable comp for Tua because it is a guy that was in a similar situation than what Tua is right now, right?
Yeah,
I
year
mean,
four
am I
numbers
wrong?
more than 4,000 yards, 2 to 1 touchdown to interception ratio, total
That's very
yardage.
comparable to Tua.
As far as total yardage, yards gained, rushing and passing combined, percentage of
Woo!
touchdowns accounted for the offense, completion
Okay, and you know
percentage.
what?
It's not much
The
drastic difference.
I'm telling you right now, you just gave me an idea. I'm writing it down. Comp.
Right, and we gave
So
him we extended him in his 4th year too when everybody was still unsure with a big contract.
exactly. Ooh,
But
I'm
then we had
loving
then
that.
our owner came
Thank
out and
you.
said that doing that again would be insanity, and here we are.
But do
Yeah,
we
the owner
take what
did
he
define
says?
insanity. You're right about that.
Do we take what
He did
he
face
says
it,
to heart at this point?
Well, he
Like,
said
shoot.
doing the same thing over and over again is the definition of
expecting to do.
insanity, and
Yeah.
to me, doing what we've been doing over and over again is building star
Mhm.
power around a mediocre quarterback, and here we are doing it again. I just don't understand it. How this man can sit out here and tell us the definition of insanity and proceed to do the same thing again, expecting different results. And for anybody,
Expect
people
us.
were laughing at us when we said, or when people said, no, it's the 7 year plan. Get used to it. Sharif said it from year one. And
Yeah,
here we
it's a
are
7 year
going into
plan,
year 5, about to extend this guy at least 2
which
years. So we're talking
which
7
puts us
years.
at the 7 year plan by definition. Yeah,
It's
for two
ridiculous.
straight guys.
Well, people should have just admitted it from the beginning so we could have
That
adjusted our
would be
budget
sensible.
accordingly. And I could have waited
Right,
7
and
years
our
to spend all the
expectations
money
as
I've
well.
spent in the last 4.
We could have curbed our
Shout
expectations
out
as
to
well, Color. If
Sharif.
we would
He
admit it
called
that
it
it's a 7 year
three.
plan from day one.
I'm
Shar-
saying, and you would have got far more support for Tua
Sharif
across
called
the
it two
fan base.
years ago.
You would have got people like me
Absolutely.
going to bat for him from year one. You know what I mean? But no, they had to
Yeah,
Yes.
sow this division in the fan base because they wanted to dip their toes in the water, and instead of just doing the same thing again and admitting that we're insane. Hey, if
Yeah.
we're
And you
insane,
know
we're
what we should
insane.
do?
We are fanatics for I mean, you know what I mean? So
Hey, we're fans. That's the whole point of being a
whatever.
fan.
Just
But
admit to
you
what
know
you
what?
are and try to win that way.
What which I said yesterday,
mm,
you can't have it both ways. You can't try to go all in and also try to develop. It just doesn't work. But you know what does work? Chef Jew and Chef Jew's catering, ladies and gentlemen. So let's support those who do support the channel, like Chef Jew and Chef Jew Sweet Treats. Looking for a great chef to cater your next birthday, business, office party, etc. with mouth-watering cookies, cake, spice, and more. Then go ahead and call Chef Jew at 786-804-8096. That's 786-804-8096, or via Facebook Messenger or Instagram at Chef Jew, J-U Catering for more information. And mention Miss Phins to get 10% off your catering order, guys. Also, too, guys, I did want to go ahead and say again, thank you to the members here. Tomorrow,
mm,
guys, we will be having our end of the season offense review. That's going to be tomorrow morning, so come check that out. We're also going to be doing on Thursday our
mm.
end of the year defense review. So come check those two out, because today we did Tua's on Tua Tuesday. We did his end of the season review, and obviously you guys already know that we did the mid-season Tua, mid-season offense, mid-season defense reviews. So go check those out if you want to compare those to here. And then today, like I said earlier, today, if you want to take a look at the first 2 hours of the show, but we did go and we broke it down everything as far as when it comes to end of the season, the first half of the season, even second half of the season. Gave you those two numbers, the drop off, why my grade was the way it was for the second half standalone, and then also too we went into our big time games, our big time games. How did Tua
Okay.
do? And then how did
How many
that
how
compare
many
to
games you did?
Allen and Hurts?
Well, I mean, you said you
Go
did
ahead.
6 games. What's you did 6 games?
Yes.
The ones we lost or the ones we won? Some of the ones we
So
won.
no, so this is what I did when it came to the big time games that I was referring to, and I also compared to our that was one section of the comparison with the other QBs is our big time games. What were the big time games? My parameter was simple: playoff teams.
Mhm.
Which playoff teams did we play? Tua played six, Allen played six, Hertz played technically eight, but I took off the last two I took off two of them and kept San Fran because they're still technically in the playoffs, so I gave them a little bit more weight. So it's 6 games between the three. We compare that in the QB comparison as far as big time games, meaning games versus playoff caliber teams, and we also compared Tua's yards, touchdown, interceptions, yard per game as well, and overall with those two other quarterbacks, one in the division, one outside of the division as well. So yes, definitely go ahead and check out the first 2 hours of this show because, I mean, you can't change the numbers. You know what I mean? You cannot change the numbers. There's nothing you can do about changing the numbers. And then for the last 2 hours, we've been talking about Tua, Skyler
Now,
splitting
did any of
contract.
those big games include head to head when both teams played each other?
As in what? Like when
The
we
numbers
played?
when they played against that other quarterback that you compared them to, because we played against all three of them a total of 6 times.
Yeah. We had three big time games in the first half of the season. We had three big time games in the second half of the season. Yeah, we did that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Hmm. And went through the win and loss within those three as well, within those six as well. I even broke it down, and again, yards, touchdowns, interceptions for the first half and the second half, gave you the differential and then the totals of both, and then compared it. So when I say that this is your in-depth review for the end of the season, I mean it. Okay, but let's see here.
Mm.
Crypto, give me
How about you
your
do? How about you
last.
do, Miss Vince? How about you one day do Skyler's playoff game against Buffalo compared to Tua's game against the Chargers last year? That's a fun one to look at too.
No, because we just did both
No, I'm
playoff
just
games
saying
today.
I'm being rhetorical, but like as far as
You're
like
trying to mess with
that
people.
game,
I
you're
get it.
talking about a regular season game. Yeah, it had a lot on the line, but you're talking about a regular season level of pressure in that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, but
Yeah, the
no, we already
Chargers
did the
game
playoff games.
that started our losing streak, or it was the second game of our losing streak, right?
That is the one I'm
Uh,
referring to. Compare that box score for Tua to Skyler's box score against the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs. That's why I
but
don't buy the whole
it
Right.
doesn't.
like,
It
and it's
doesn't
no offense to anybody, but
compare.
it's the reason I don't buy the whole KC's defense is better than Buffalo's or and all that because the Chargers had a 26th ranked pass defense going into that game.
Yeah, but it doesn't compare, which
They
is why
were.
today in
That
the
was a
They
second
nice
were at the
half,
bottom
color.
of the league.
That was cute.
No, yeah, I mean,
it doesn't. We
I
did
didn't
All
want to
I'm
offend
saying,
Finsanity. I was just
all I'm
trying to,
saying, if you're going to compare things, compare like things. Compare them against the same defense. Like, don't compare them against two different entities. Like, it's
It's
just.
hard because that quarterback didn't play Kansas City. Skyler didn't play Kansas City, so it's
But
hard.
Tua did. But
That's
Tua
why you
did
have to
play
go by the
Buffalo last
ranking.
year. Tua did play Buffalo last year.
yeah,
Yeah, he
twice.
did. They had a 3 point margin. Both teams had 3 point margin in their losses at the end of the season.
However, to be fair, that the stat line that night for Tua was much better
Oh yeah,
compared to both
the second
compared to
game,
both
the second game,
his
the
against
second
KC
game,
and
absolutely.
Skyler's against Buffalo's. Yeah, the
But
second game
see,
The
before
second
the
game,
snow
now we
started to
talk
fall.
about
Right before the snow started to fall, and McDaniel
But see,
Absolutely.
decided to pass.
we talk about
I blame
regression
McDaniel
versus
for that game.
progression because
Piss
we
me
talking about
off.
Skyler now. We don't know because Skyler had more than 18 games that before he even played another and then play a game. Tua had 18 straight games, so we're talking about Tua's game against Buffalo last year versus his games against Buffalo this year. There is a decline in both Buffalo games precipitously from his last game and that snow game in Buffalo versus the game in Miami. That is a huge drop off against the same opponent. Skyler don't have the opportunity to play against Buffalo again because he didn't. But when you talk about the trend, the Tua's first game versus the Chief, it's still a drop off versus his second game against the Chiefs.
See, I
So
have
if you
no
want to
problem with
compare
that.
which
I have no
which
problem with that
trend,
type of comparison. I have no problem with that type of comparison. We're trying to compare two different playoff games
yeah,
with
because
two
that's a
different
trend.
reckonings.
You compare it.
That's different. Yeah, compare that. I'm cool
What do
with
you
that.
mean? It's two playoff games with versus two top five defenses, though,
Oh,
and two top
Right,
five
and
offenses.
we're talking about the trend
Yeah,
against a
and
particular
Cindy, I
opponent.
think it's mainly because we, like for myself at least, bringing those two games up is just more of a surface level, comparison. Like, somebody like you, I would take the time to go deep dive and to further prove my point because I value your time and all that. So you know what I mean. But when I'm just out there talking, I usually just point to those two games as a surface level comparison. So you are fair to say, yeah, you got to look deeper than that. Just assure you for myself that I have and looked at things like crypto is speaking to now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do if you're going to do because Skylar's having huge gaps in between games. So you have to go
Yeah.
by spot. What particular game that they actually play, and then isolate the individual games.
Which
Because
further
it's hard
illustrates
because
the
all of
point
them are
that
not playing 18 games.
in a short situation he can get himself ready to at least be at that level, like right off the bench, practically. Now he did have more,
Yeah.
fairly enough, he did have more practice time going into that playoff game with Buffalo. He was the focus all week. I think he was named the starter right
Yeah,
away, wasn't he?
yeah, he was named the starter right
Right.
away
So
after
he
the
did
Bills
get a
game ended.
full week of reps and all that stuff. But I mean, have they done that in camp? I'm not suggesting we do. I'm just again trying to further the point that like we have to know more about Tua, in my opinion, to do more than
Before we pay him,
pay
and
him
I
what
think
we
that
what we
that,
already
that
have
I
to
agree
pay
with
him
that.
for the fifth year.
I agree with that. You know. So crypto, give me
That's
your
probably why they
your
give him
final
more
thoughts
reps.
on the end of the season review so far. What would you grade?
The
Let me just do it this way. What is your end of the season grade for Tua? Let's put it that
the grade
way.
uh,
Yeah, yeah, give me a grade. A, B, C, plus,
in
minus.
isolation, yeah, giving away
No, it's
everything in it.
but
If
it's
if we're
right.
adding a play, yeah. If we just isolating the regular season or both the KC game,
Get well. Give me the regular season grade and give me the playoff game if you want to. That's fine.
yeah, since it was only one versus 17, I'll say right now a C.
For both or for the regular season
In
totality.
the regular season, yeah, regular season. C plus
Okay.
for regular season. Well, it's brutal for the playoff game. If I isolate the playoff game by itself, it's a F plus.
So, hence why I just said in total. But okay, so C,
Yeah,
C
since it's
plus.
only just one game and there's no other games to be played with it that boost the grade. That's why it's such a brutal grade. But that overall grade of that one game doesn't bring down the regular season grade in totality because he has more data in the regular season to not have that one bad playoff game ruin his total overall grade.
All right, cool, cool, cool. Thank you
Even
so
though it's
much.
an F plus for the playoff game, the C to C plus for the regular season in totality.
Appreciate you, sir. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Crypto says C, C plus, regular season, F minus for the postseason. So I appreciate you, color,
F plus. I put a
crypto.
plus on that.
Yeah,
I
you
was
did
generous.
good.
I'm
You gave
grading
a
on the curve.
plus. So 59.9, ladies and gentlemen. That's an F plus. You can't get any more F plus than that. You know what I mean? So yeah, but
I'll do the whole season. I
I
include
appreciate
the postseason. I don't separate like crypto, but I'm right with him on the
fine the
C
whole
plus.
season color C plus for
Yeah,
the entire
I mean,
season.
I think I either gave him an F last year or a D or something. So I'm going to give him a C because he obviously improved in a lot of ways, and I'm going to give him the plus because we didn't fall into the playoffs. I mean, to be honest, we had it locked
Yeah,
in
we
as soon as
clinched
we
it
beat
with two
Dallas.
games still left. Yeah, the minute we
Yeah,
beat
Yeah, with
Dallas,
two
we
so
games left to
we
play.
we
Right.
put
that's
two games
something
Right.
left.
to
So
say.
That
That's
gives
a
you the
difference
plus.
that
from
is
last year
Yeah.
to this
exactly.
year, as far as being
Last
the
year
whole
we backed
leadership
it.
aspect of everything. That's
Yeah, we
better from
needed
last year to
Buffalo
this
to
year.
win
Yeah, but
against the
We
this
could
year
Patriots.
we got
the
it.
mo- but to see clinched playoffs on the jumbotron after beating Dallas in the stadium is something to say that was something we haven't done in a very long time. So I'm going to add the plus to whatever grade I give for that. And so since my grade is a C, I will add the plus for that and give him a C plus.
All right, cool. Thank
Right.
you,
Yep.
Color.
C plus. Yep.
Thank you, Crypto. And Finsanity, I'm gonna put both of you gentlemen in the back. Appreciate you guys for coming through. Insanity. Wow. Because I was
Wow.
reading
Tell me how you
interesting.
really feel. Nah, tell me how you feel. Tell me how
Literally,
you
I
really.
was reading interesting, and then
It's be your own friends.
no, really, really.
Yep.
I was reading interesting, and but my brain went to Finsanity. Like, come on, man. Uh, Finsanity. May I have your end of the season review grade for Tua? And you, yes, can separate it or put it together. Don't even matter. Whichever one.
Um, I'm gonna say this. Started off hot. It looked really good, real promising. Right, we all felt really good. Um, then there were some
Thanks,
hiccups and
Bo.
stuff. There were definitely some hiccups. I will say this, because I don't want to get too much into this. I would give him a B minus. He beat, other than Tennessee, he beat all the teams that we expected him to beat. This team beat all the teams we expected to beat, except for excuse me, Tennessee. But we did, bring in a little shock of, I guess, beating Dallas. I don't know how. I don't hold much weight to beating Dallas now that I see how uh, fragile they are. I mean, they have a lot of great weapons, but they just can't seem to put anything together right now. But I'm gonna go B minus. I was very disappointed in the end, um, as everyone is, and I think a lot of this feeling comes from not only not competing against the top teams, because it seemed like in all those games we were getting wiped, but also just in the manner of speaking, losing three straight to end your season is never a great or good feeling. So I'll say he put up the yardage, played the whole season. Um, I'm it's just hard. It's really hard.
Hey, what's up, Steve? Sorry, Miss
It's fine. It's
Finsanity.
fine.
This is Steve Malloy from Finstock Sports Network. Thank you so much for coming through, Steve. Appreciate you, buddy. Sorry, go ahead. Finish.
No, just a solid B minus is what I'll give them. But I think we as a team need to definitely get better, um, because as much as we want to put it at one person's footsteps, at the end of the day, it's a team. So yeah, we need to be
Facts.
better. We need to be better as a team.
Yeah,
But B
the
minus,
goal is
B
to always
minus.
get better and to get to a Super Bowl. So and really just talking about the fact that we want to get to.
That's not how it is. That how it really sounds.
That's exactly how you sound because I can barely hear you. Like, what do you think I'm doing? Because I can't hear you. Like, and I got this sucker up. Like literally on my
Sorry,
voice.
everybody. If you can, is this better? Sorry. Like I'm just.
Yes, much better, my lord.
No, no, because like real
I
talk.
know.
If you
I
talk, if
know.
you
I
talk with
know. You
any
don't even gotta say
volume
it. I
around certain
know.
people, it's
I
like,
know. I
okay,
know. You don't gotta
okay.
say it. I know.
I just,
I
I just
know.
thought
You
it.
don't even gotta say it. I know. Like,
Can I ask you a random question? Just random,
oh
like
no, we're not doing this
no,
because then here
no.
comes
It's just a
another hour
random.
and a half of a show.
It's
Like,
not. It's just a random question. It's a simple.
Go ahead.
Okay. Are you a cat person or a dog person?
That is very random. Why?
I told you it's random. I'm just because
Why?
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. I feel like as your friend, I should know these things. I should know this, and it'll
Hmm.
also tell me a lot about personality. Please
Nope.
stop.
Then I'm definitely not gonna tell you. That's for sure. Not gonna tell you.
Stop. Tell me.
Nope.
Tell me. Tell me off
Nope.
camera. Then
Nope.
tell me.
Nope. 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 Are you a cat or a dog person?
Yes. Well, you should know this. You should know this.
I don't know this. You didn't tell me.
I legit had a cat named Tiger Tua, or was it Tua Tiger?
That was a cat.
Remember, I had a cat. Yeah. Thank you, Joseph. I had a whole
She is a cat.
cat. I had a
Really?
whole. Yes. I was like, it was probably my last year with TV. I had a whole cat, and like I took pictures of him inside of my, dolphins hat. He was so cute and adorable.
Not at all. Both. You shouldn't discriminate against cats
Go
or
ahead.
dogs. Well, I highly discriminate against one particular breed or one of those that I absolutely can't stand. And no, I'm not allergic, but I should might as well just say I am. Uh, but I'm not.
Shout out to Steve.
This is the best. Oh, why does this always happen? Listen, we gotta do part three. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing back alley fins. We gotta do part three. We gotta get Nene somehow. Isn't she off today? Ooh,
What's today?
bother her. I think she's off today. Yeah, I think she's off Tuesday. We gotta record part three of back alley fins because
We're
we
still waiting.
said
We're
we
still
would.
waiting for an answer.
What answer?
Your audience is waiting
I
for an
already told
answer.
you. I'm a gator person. There you go. Thank you, Billy. I'm gator. I'm gator girl. Yep. Baby gator. Named Blue. I don't really have a pet gator, by the way.
That would have been really
So I'm not-
bad. You know what? We can't say it's PBS Kids, but fill in the blanks.
no, I don't know what you mean. Either put in a private chat or girl text me because actually text me because crypto's still in the back. Text me.
Crypto's an adult.
He's not a dog out, but oh.
If you had a gator, like if you had a pet gator.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess, but no.
Have you ever
No,
had gator?
I'm a Floridian. No, I've
Have
never
you
eaten
ever?
gator. For me
Mhm.
personally, I can't. Ooh, I can't. Not that I'm like one of them vegans or like for the
Mhm.
animals and stuff, but I just can't have gator. I'm sorry, I just can't. I just. Ugh.
I've never had it either. I wouldn't mind trying it, but I've never had it.
I mean, I've been around it. I know what it is, what it looked like. So again, I'm a Florida girl. Been to the Everglades. I go camping all the time. Hell, I'm going camping in a month. So like, it's it's just just I just I'm a
Mm.
texture person and I just gator. I don't know. Or maybe
How
I
do you?
have eaten it by mistake. Man, she would give me gator by mistake. Never mind. I probably have had it and didn't even realize. Mm-mm. Anywho, I don't remember eating it, but I probably have had. You need to go to the bayou. Why would I go to Louisiana when I'm in the great state of Florida, dude? It's the greatest state in the union right here. Hello? You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, I refuse to answer your question, and you should have known this because I feel like I've already told you this. So the
No,
fact that you don't know
no,
this,
no, no,
active listening.
no.
hmm
We
Anyways,
never discussed this. You didn't even know I was a cat person, so I know we didn't discuss this.
really,
You really didn't know I was a cat person, which
I
is
promise you I
crazy.
didn't. But
Open
now it makes sense. You're a cat lady. Lord.
cat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up, because I don't like the connotation of your cat lady. That see,
I'm just saying, like,
Cat ladies are
you know what
lonely.
they say.
Cat, la- cat
uh,
ladies are lonely. Oh my God. First of all, I've never like a cat lady is someone who has like multiple cats around their house, and like that's the only
mhm.
companionship that they have. No, I am not a. Oh, shout out to EM in the chat. Shout out
EM
to EM.
is in the building. What's up, EM? How you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome.
Jambalaya is also great if made
Never had it.
correctly. You should try it.
I've never been to Louisiana, but I definitely want to go to New Orleans. I feel
Me
like
neither.
it's like one of those things you got to do, like going to New York. You know what I mean, or going to like LA.
I
Like
don't think so
Hollywood,
many people try to
Boulevard,
do.
like the Hollywood Boulevard. I mean, I got my own Hollywood Boulevard here, Hollywood, Florida. But
Mhm.
I mean, like going to like I already did it, so it's no big deal.
Mhm.
Going to New York, Times Square, all that stuff. Like, you want to do that.
You want to go to
But
Mardi Gras? Is that
yes,
what
I
you're
do.
saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I thought you were getting at.
That's exactly where I was
No,
going with that.
absolutely,
I want to go
absolutely not.
to
Absolutely not. No, not
like
during Mardi Gras. Heck
what?
no.
Why not?
Heck no. Mm-mm.
Why not?
Mm-mm.
Why not? Do we need to have this
Mm-mm.
offline?
Mm-hmm. This is PBS Kids. We are not talking about what happens at
Oh,
Mardi Gras.
well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Okay, well, we're gonna talk this offline. But you gave me your thingy about Tua, right? So we can push
Mm-hmm.
past that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I will.
You see what Joseph
Um,
said? Stop. No, Joseph. That is not what she is going there for.
what did he say?
Mm-mm. I'm not disrespecting you like that. No.
What?
Joseph,
I don't even
no.
know.
No. Joseph, no. No.
What?
No. She's not that type of person.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Just read his
What?
comment.
Yeah, but I still don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, are you looking at the comment that I'm looking at?
Yes,
Miss Phins
it's
wants
second
to
to
get.
last one. Hey, don't say it out loud if it's bad.
You
But
don't know what you have to do at Mardi Gras to get beads.
okay, well, ladies and
Jerry
gentlemen,
Springer. There
we
you
were
go.
we thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a girl. We're talking this offline. Bye. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming through. I gotta shut this down because I don't even know what's happening. Guys, thank you so much. This was a great show. I appreciate y'all. Um, what I don't even know what I'm talking about. Thank you for Tool Tuesday end of the season review. Come out tomorrow, guys. We're doing the end of the season offense review, guys. So please come out here, come check it out. It's gonna be great. Appreciate y'all. It's gonna be another awesome show tomorrow as well. We also have Thursday. We're gonna be doing our end of the season defense review. So come check that out as well, guys. This is Miss Phins. Miss Phins. Thank you so much for coming through. Appreciate all of you guys. And man, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I appreciate it, appreciate it. Um, this is gonna be great, great show tomorrow and Thursday and this week. And then on Friday we're gonna be doing our game preview for both games because we still have the not division, sorry, the AFCE, that's AFC and NFC championship games. So we're gonna preview those on Friday, guys. Remember, we also have League Wide Wednesday tomorrow night as well. So come check that out. Myself and color commentary is gonna be a lot of fun, guys. But hit that like button again. Thank you so much for the fans and I appreciate you so much, guys, for coming through. Thank you, thank you. Take care and bye bye.